Smelling aviation fuel.
Yeah,
is what it's.
There's nothing. Oh no, there's nothing like it, is there? It's brilliant. I just got the big and oil on.
Oh yeah, here he is. Right, hey man, how you doing? You alright? Yeah. That's you, isn't it? Is this you? Yeah. I thought. Do you know what I thought? I was like, because you got all that gangster windows, I couldn't see you.
In the distance. Oh, look at that.
Yeah. You're right, man. Yeah. There's another Ted brings the luck. They're different, slightly different variant of the PW. The 220s, it's the 229s. Just slightly different. Still F100s, but they tweak. Good to see you, man.
C-17 over there.
Cool. Not E17, is it?
Yeah.
Lack of sleep, I'm on one today, mate. I am on one. Brace. Oh, I feel sorry for everyone.
You better warn them, you know. When
I'm going to have to warn them.
Yes. Is that Galaxy still weird, you know?
I don't. Yes, mate. I've got to recognise that face, man. Yeah, very good. How's it? Is it Audi? Is it one Audi?
Is that, yeah, sorry, there. Yeah. Told you who's last night then? You saw the come in, didn't you?
No. Yes, I've got everything in them, but not people coming back.
And have you got the jacket for FIFA?
Yeah, I've got the Japanese F-15s, yes. I did indeed.
Tom Lakenheath.
4:30, the F-15s. Oh, yes. Yeah. Right. It's time to play. Here we go. Let's get it on.
Did you have it there?
Here we go.
A bit of this today, look.
Oh yes, nice. Good shirt. All right. Very good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good day, wherever you're watching from in the world. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel, live here at RAF Lakenheath. Feels like I haven't been here in a while. Can't remember the last time we were here. I think it was before we went to Scotland. It was like 2 weeks. More! Oh, I love that engine sound. What gave that away? Ted, how you doing, mate? Listen to this. You are listening to the world's most powerful single-engine fighter jet engine, Pratt & Whitney's F-135. This is the PW100, 43,000 pounds of thrust, enough to descale all the salmon in Alaska with that. Yes, lack of sleep means a very excited Nikos, so brace yourselves. Oh yeah. Ladies, gents and teddy bears, welcome to the 48 Fighter Wing. How we all doing? Home of the 48th Operations Group. Now, the Operations Group are the flying component of the 48th Fighter Wing. So, who's under the 48th Operations Group? Well, we've got 4 combat-ready fighter squadrons. This is a United States Air Force in Europe, a USAF base. USAF, we safe, we're all safe. This is a United States Air Force in Europe. That's what the letter E stands for, Europe. The headquarters are actually all the way at Ramstein Air Base in Germany. Not the band, although the band is from Germany. This is going to be a very fun stream, I think, the way I'm going right now. The 3rd Air Force, one of the original Air Forces, predating World War II, one of the originals. Now, they're also the HQ for the United States Air Forces in Africa. Right, squadrons, let's get to it. So the first squadron that we have... Actually, should I do it backwards? I'm going to do it backwards. I'm going numerically backwards. So we're going to start off with the 495th Fighter Squadron, the Valkyries. Now, they've been inactive twice in their history, leading up to a total of 64 years of being inactive, which means they've got a bit of a catching up to do as opposed to a variety of aircraft. The last time they were inactive was in 1991. They were reactivated from 1977, flying the F-111 Aardvark. Now, we may know them as the Valkyries, but then they were called the Thundervarks then, flying the F-111 Aardvark with the other 3 squadrons. They became inactive in 1991 as they retired the F-111s, but good thing that I've started with them first, because they were the first unit, the first squadron to make the United States Air Force in Europe the very first F-35A wing. Really important that. They arrived on the 15th of December 2021, bringing the F-35A, which were the 495th. However, they had a name change, lots of different call signs. They became the Valkyries. Ah, yeah. Next number down are the 494 Fighter Squadron, the Panthers. Bleed red, the finest, meanest, baddest. They fly a lot of people's favourite, the F-15E Strike Eagle, a family version Eagle, two-seater, weapon systems operator, and of course the pilot. It is dual controlled. They've got a long run of history. 8 aerial victories during World War II. You know how it is. How we doing? Hope we're all good. Right, next up are the Grim Reapers. Now, the Grim Reapers, well, they've got a long history. I believe they have flown the most variety of aircraft. The Grim Reapers, fear the Reaper. They fly the F-35A that we can hear here now. What's going on? Hope we're all good, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Yes, so the 493rd Fighter Squadron, the Grim Reapers. They've flown the most variety of aircraft, and they've had a good spell during World War II with their P-47 Thunderbolt. I'm just trying to get you some info facts, actually, really quickly. The Grim Reapers scored 8.5 in World War II. The reason for the sort of lower aerial victories than expected is because they were part of the 9th Air Force during World War II, which means they took care of ground attack missions and support the army. Last but not least are the Bowlers, the Mad Hatters. Now, the 492nd Fighter Squadron, they fly the F-15E Strike Eagle. They're called the Mad Hatters, and they're locally known as the Bowlers. They've got a reputation for wearing headgear just like this. Hey, dee-dee-dee. Guns up. The Bowlers wear a bowler hat. It is spelt B-O-L-A-R-S. They fly the F-15E Strike Eagle. During World War II, they had 3 aerial victories, and they are a cool squadron because they flew TED. Also, the 495th flew TED as well. Right, on the move, here we go. Right, back to my baseball map. So, don't forget to hit the like button, give us a thumbs up. And do subscribe to your one and only Ted Coningsby channel. Fifth generation F-35A, the world's most powerful engine is in this, the 43,000 pounder Pratt & Whitney's F135 PW100. The F-35B has a slightly different variant. It's almost double the size, just short of 11 meters. Just a couple of thousand less, but it is a STOVL aircraft, the F-35B. This is the A variant. Empty weight, 29,000 pounds, 43,000 pounds loaded with thrust. First flight, 15th of December 2006. Here we go. Don't you worry about that. More F-35As to come, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Hope you enjoyed that. That was absolutely amazing. That's what's called an unrestricted climb or a quick climb. It's done a little bit differently because if you haven't got the thrust to weight on your configuration, if you're fully fueled as well and heavier, then what you do is that style. Now, to give you all the details, the pilot would have whacked on that afterburner, reached speeds of, well, first of all, will reach speeds of about 385, 400 miles per hour. But let's rewind that back a minute. When they rotate, they'll maintain an altitude of, well, sometimes lower than a mower, or between 60 and 120 feet before they pull back on that stick. When they're pulling back on that stick, you would have noticed just before, prior to that, the afterburner went off and then came back on. This is to allow the gear to retract, because if you're reaching those speeds at 400 miles per hour and you've got your gear still down, it could damage it, because let's face it, the gear's not supposed to be down at 400 miles per hour. So the gear is retracted, but you'll need to just take that speed off a little bit, take that power just a little bit off, and then put the afterburner back on. When they've got to speeds of 385, 400 miles per hour, they'll pull back on that stick. G's pulled, 5 to 6. How high do they climb? Depends what they've been cleared to climb to, which ATC will give them the flight level. If you hear flight level 170, that's 17,000 feet. If you hear flight level 120, that's 12,000 feet, although they looked a bit high. The maximum takeoff weight is a whopping 65,918 pounds, so aircraft 43,000 pounds of thrust, powered by the Pratt & Whitney's F-135 PW100. It does have a gun, and it's the F-35A. It's the only one that has a gun. There's a few distinctive features that you can tell the A, B or C. There are 3 main variants, ladies, gents, teddy bears. The F-35A is what's classed as a CTOL aircraft, conventional takeoff and landing, okay? So it takes off just like an F-16 and lands like an F-16, Typhoon aircraft like that. It's got 4 internal stations for the hard points, because of course the weapons are discreet, but it also has 6 external stations on the wings with a capacity of another 5,700 pounds internal and 15,000 pounds external as well. 18,000 pounds total weapons payload. The F-35B is slightly different to the payload and the weight itself. So the F-35B, which is a STOVL aircraft, is a 15,000 pound payload total. The weapons payload on the F-35A and C are both 18,000. The F-35C is an absolute beast. It's huge. It's so big, the wingspan, that it even has wing flaps. It's the only one that has wing flaps. The B and the C do not have an internally built GAU cannon, the GAU-22 cannon, which is a 25mm, and it sounds amazing, but they can install an external one. With 50% of fuel, the F-35A, B and C, with 50% of fuel, because I mentioned this before, you can get and achieve a 1:1 thrust to weight ratio on the F-35A and B. The reason you can't do it on the C is because it's heavy. It's heavier than all of them. It's, just to give you an idea, you've got 29,000 pounds empty weight on the F-35A. 32,470 on the B and 34,600 on the C. That is a lot. Hence, even with 50% of fuel, it can't really do like a performance takeoff. But it doesn't need to. It's got a catapult to push it or pull it. Here comes trouble. F-35As. Nice, beautiful sounds. Said to the Typhoon, because of the thrust to weight ratio. That is what it's all about when it comes to climb rates and stuff like that. Unrestricted doesn't mean you can just go as far as you want. It's to do with the unrestricted climb rate itself. You're talking about an aircraft that's moving very, very quickly. It's accelerating very, very quickly at high rate speeds. So they all need to be cleared. You can't just go and do a performance takeoff or a quick climb, unrestricted climb. It needs clearance from tower. There could be other aircraft in the skies. There could be a nice, a nice charter flight happily going along, taking people to exotic destinations, going along, and there's suddenly got an F-35 just blasting through. So it needs clearance. Okay, they can't just go and do a quick climb like that, even performance takeoff. So normally, you may hear local climb out. That's specific to the 48 fighter wing local climb out. You don't really hear that anywhere else. You can hear that at Mildenhall, for example, but you don't get that in the RAF. It's a literally, sorry for the pun, it is a local thing, like a 48 fighter wing thing, that one. You get standard climb outs. Hi, yeah, you're right. You get standard climb outs, and but to do a unrestricted climb or a quick climb, you need to have clearance from tower. You can request it, but it's not always cleared. We have heard a few declines for various reasons. There could be other aircraft nearby, and don't forget we've got RAF Mildenhall about 5 miles in the direction of the backwards crow flying. So, you know, it's really important to make sure that it is all clear to do so.
When you're ready, I'm on the move just to get the shots of your badges.
Okay, after the show, I'll come down after the show when I'm come down to have something to eat.
Yeah,
All right.
no, I just
Is that okay? Yeah, sure.
Mention it now and then.
Yes.
When you're ready.
Yeah, you here all day until it finishes?
No, we're only here until after 11 because I've got to go pick up my uncle and take
Come
him to
and get me around 11.
Yeah.
Just before you go.
Yeah,
And we'll
okay,
go with that.
cheers.
All right. Okay. No worries. How we're doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're all good. So that was the F-35A, absolute beauty. So we'll just show you the F-35A and all the wonderful bits and pieces that I can show you. Here we go. There's our F-35A, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. An absolute beauty. I mean, you've seen how it performed on a climb. Don't forget, it would have had, like I said, 385, 400 miles per hour. Obviously with the gear retracted, because that wouldn't do the gear very well. We have seen instances where it did jam, you know, for various reasons. But there's our F-35A, lovely, lovely aircraft. A fantastic, superb aircraft. And, you know, the world's currently, at the moment, the world's most advanced aircraft. And, you know, when you marry up all that it can do, I'll talk to you a little bit about stealth as well. People that don't really understand stealth and what it can do. There is the A, B and the C. Those are the three main variants. Okay, so the A variant, that can do pull 9G. I'll just give you some of the basics and the differences. In fact, just give me 1 minute. Let me go and get my F-35B actually, and that way we can really talk then, can't we?
Nikos, the guys put that setting.
Okay.
Is that?
I'll have to speak to you after, buddy. Just
Okay,
give me 1 second, all right?
Yeah, all right. When you're ready, yeah. Cheers, yeah. Thank you. I'll just keep trying, yeah.
Okay. Give me a sec.
Yeah.
How we're doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Let me just show you the A variant. So there's the F-35A. Now, the A variant is a CTOL aircraft, okay? So conventional takeoff and landing. It doesn't hover, all right? You're going to need a bit more than thrust vectoring to make that hover, okay? Which I'll explain. So let's have a look at a few differences. Let's have a look at our F-35B as well. This is our F-35B as well. I think I've just broken a piece off. I have. So I probably have a massive bill to pay from Lockheed Martin. There are components from other companies as well, such as Grumman. There's our F-35B. So you can spot differences on them, the A and the B. If you have a look head on, look at the canopy. Okay, now look at the canopy on this one. I'm trying not to drop it. Look at the canopy, look how fat it is. Oh, hello, let's push that down a minute. Look at the difference in it. It's got almost like harnesses around it because of the lift fan just behind it. Look, if you have a look at the difference, look how thin it looks. Okay, look at the canopy. It's a lot fatter here, a lot wider. All right, so that's difference number one. Difference number two, you want to look out for the cannon on the F-35A. Yes, it's on the port side. Look at the cannon here, look, integrated, built in. That long, look at this, that's the cannon there, all smooth like salmon now. This one doesn't have it, okay, just that's another feature that you can look out for. In this country, a little bit easier to do. If it's got a Royal Air Force markings on it, then you know it's, well, currently we don't have A's at the moment, but we are looking to greet them in the future. So this has what's called STOVL. Let's just talk to you a few more features about the A variant. So it's got a built-in cannon, the others don't. The F-35A can pull 9Gs, the others cannot. It has an 18,000 pound payload. The others, the B variant can pull 7G plus 7, and the C variant plus 7.5. The A variant is a boomstick for the refuel. You can't do boomstick on the B variant because you've got the lift system, and I'll show you. It has drogue and probe just here on the starboard side. Okay, this model has comes with blue tack, the B variant. The A variant has an arrestor hook, the B doesn't. The C does, but of course it's a bit more than just a standard arresting hook. It is a CV variant, that's the carrier variant, the F-35C. It's a lot bigger than these two, it's huge. It's got an extra 8 foot, 4 foot either side, so 1.2 meters either side, about 2.4 meters wider. It's huge. Why? Bigger wingspan, bigger wing area, better lift when you're on a catapult. The F-35C also has twin axle at the front. It's got 2 wheels and a strengthened ball joint system or suspension system to be pulled along the carrier. It's amazing. I've got a funny feeling the fins, the stabilizers on the F-35B may be a little bit smaller, maybe. I came across something, I'm not sure of the source, whether they did that to reduce a little bit of the weight. I'm not 100% sure. So this has what's called STOVL. The F-35A doesn't. So I mentioned thrust vectoring. You're going to need a lot more than thrust vectoring to make an aircraft hover. I know we don't have them here, but why doesn't an F-22 hover? The reason is because of the way the thrust works on this. It's been specially developed. You're going to need a lot more than just thrust vectoring. This doesn't actually have thrust vectoring, okay? Just to let you know, because it's only got free BSM, that's free bearing swivel module, which is this. Yes, it thrust vectors, but it's only activated for landing or short takeoffs, okay? The reason for that is the fact that it does this, okay, because it can only activate the STOVL mode maximum 250 miles per hour. Someone mentioned, is there a minimum speed? Yeah, there isn't one. It's 0. You've got to remember it's 0 speed when it's landing. All right. But maximum to operate this is at 250 miles per hour maximum. So why can it hover? Okay, well, I mentioned that the engine on this one is slightly different. It's a Pratt & Whitney's F135 PW600. Why? Because it's got the Rolls-Royce attached to it. It's Rolls-Royce that put the lift in this. The length of it is nearly 10 meters, the whole thing, 9.37 meters, whereas the PW100 is 5.9 meters. It's got less bypass. It's got less bypass at 0.56 and 0.51 because it uses that airflow, that extra air bypass, to use it to pitch left and right, which I'll explain in just a moment. A little bit less thrust at 41,000 pounds of max thrust. But let's have a little quick look. What happens is you've got this underneath here which opens up. Now this is pretty much like a helicopter inside there, or if you want to look at it another way, it's like taking an engine and having it vertical. This, and I'll show you the way it operates. So it opens this first, okay? This is the auxiliary air intake. You can see the Rolls-Royce's shaft. This is what powers it. Now if you remember jet engines, the turbines power the compressors. Well, you're getting power to the lift fan itself in here from Pratt & Whitney's F135 engine. This opens up as a 50-inch diameter blade blisks, I think they call them blisk system, mono blade system, okay? They're like carbon composite. So it's pushing thrust down here, but it's not enough to make this hover, and I'll explain. I think it delivers 29,000 horsepower to this to the Rolls-Royce lift fan. Now these grills here, when I show you how it can move forward and back, it's and left and right, these grills, they slant forward and back to make the aircraft move forward and back. However, it still can't hover just yet, because we need to go at the back. At the back is what's called a free bearing swivel module, 95 degrees in just 2.5 seconds. This opens up, and I'm always breaking it when it opens up. It's called a free BSM because it's split into 3 sections. It's really clever. It configures. If it just shot straight down, it'll probably blow the aircraft out of control. It configures into 45 degree for a short takeoff, and then full 90 degree there, 90 degree, sorry, for vertical, right? So now what you've got here, you've got thrust coming down and thrust here. The balance is beautiful. How do you make it turn left and right? Well, the bypass air comes out through these roll posts, these little openings here, which control the aircraft to hover left and right and forward and back. Really clever, really clever, and that's why it can hover. That's the F-35B. But we don't have the F-35B here. We have the F-35A. However, let's have a look at our F-35A. There's our F-35A. Now it's covered with something beautiful. It's something that's probably been developed since, well, what we know publicly, probably way before the SR-71, but I think it was applied to the SR-71 Blackbird. The SR-71 had radar absorbing material. I think they tried that out. Whether I'm wrong or right, still, there's probably aircraft that they have tested it that we don't know about. There you go, because that's what developing is all about. It's made with, first of all, it's made with carbon composite, so not a lot of metal going on here, which is great. If you can have radar absorbing material, I'm talking about 0.1 megahertz to 60 gigahertz, that's really gonna absorb radar frequencies, even from the S-400 surface to air missile launcher. So you're looking at something that's really gonna hide away. The material has got like iron in it, and these bits of iron absorb radar frequencies from radar. So what if you can have one, not a lot of metal, two, something to absorb it. Now you see these things going on here, this different coloured paintwork going on here. It is actually radar absorbing tape, more absorbing material. It's patented by Lockheed Martin. How cool is that? Acrylic canopy, and it's got electro absorbing material as well, radar absorbing material, hence the coating on it can make it appear blue or orange or purple. And then you're going to notice a lot of these serrations everywhere. Can you see not just the radar absorbing tape, the serrations? Look at these zigzags everywhere. What's going on? Even down to the nozzle. Look at that. Why is this, Nikos? What is going on? Even when the weapons bay opens, which has a payload of about 18,000 pounds of payload, look at this. Look at these serrations everywhere. Even on the landing gear, serrations everywhere. Well, I'll talk to you about that, because radar loves things to come back. If you can make it spread out and not return to sender, because that's how radar works. There's a secondary surveillance radar just over there. So when, or primary radar, if that's a primary radar, as it's sending out the signals to the aircraft, it wants it to come back. Well, if you can have no 90 degrees from your elevator and your stabilizer, then you're doing good, because F-16's one that's stabilizer up and the elevator, it will have a 90 degree. Not very good for radar cross-section. We measure stealthiness in radar cross-section. Radar cross-section does not mean, and stealth does not mean invisible. Stealth is the method of which you do not have a cross-section radar-wise. What I'm trying to say is you want to keep a lower radar cross-section. It's the measurement of how much radio waves are returned back, okay? Because that's how radio frequencies and radar works. It's sending radio waves, radio frequencies, and they wait for them to come back. If they don't come back, you're doing good. You're pretty stealthy. Just as a Boeing 747 B-52 radar cross-section of 100 meters squared, that's easily identified. Me and you, 1 meter squared. Ted, was he 8 centimeters squared, right? Because he's 16, yeah, no, he's less than that actually, bless him. He's 4 centimeters, so Ted's radar cross-section is 4 centimeters squared. That's about the size of the F-35 radar cross-section. So on an enemy radar, it'll appear as Ted. Not quite, but yeah, there you go. That's quite a funny way of putting it. Really clever. Let's have a little look as well of what the F-35 can do. So it is amazing, the F-35 range and what they can do. Have noticed this as well. Notice the radome, the nose. It's not completely round. Why? Because I thought that radar, if it hits the nose, it will just bounce away. Wrong. It will go all the way around and come back caught right. So they have this ridge. So stealth fighters all have this characteristic. Also, we spoke about boundary layer yesterday. the diverter under the Typhoon. It's really clever and a good idea to have your air intakes on the sides of your fuselage. That gives you a lesser detection. But the thing is, you're still going to be exposed to boundary layer. So what the F-35s do, they've got like a bulge here. Look, it's enough to divert the boundary layer. Really clever. They actually did a prototype on the F-16. It didn't look great at all. It looked like it had the mumps or something. Something like that. Just kidding. So they went for the, if you have a look at the Typhoon, it's got like a diverter. F-15s have, they all have a boundary layer diverter, like a splitter bridge as well. Different designs for different aircraft. Amazing. This, so let's have a little talk. We've got EOTS under here, the electro-optical targeting system. It's made of sapphire, which is amazing. On my F-35B, you can see it a little bit better. It's clearer. So there's the electro-optical targeting system, and made of clear sapphire, probably due to its lower radar cross-section. Just to give you an idea of the hardness of sapphire, well, diamond is 10, measured on the Moss scale of hardness. Sapphire and ruby are 9, so yeah, very nice. So if you bought your loved one some sapphire jewellery, you can say, well, you know, F-35s have them and all. There you go. So that's your targeting system, a battlefield detection system to lock onto targets. However, there is something else that the F-35 has, another trick up its sleeve. It's got the distributed aperture system. Now you may see some what looks like mirrors sometimes caught right. It's really hard to see on here. There's a couple here. I'll show you a diagram. It's called the DAS system. There's one here and I think there's one there. There's a total of 6. They're actually tiny cameras. Now, of course, being stealth and the design, you can't really have a nice perfectly round circle for your cameras, can you? This is stealth. Let's have a look why. I'll show you the DAS system and what it can do, because it really is all that. Let's have a look at my DAS system. Let's have a look. Oh, by the way, serrations. This is what happens if you don't have serrations on your aircraft. Radio frequencies hit a flat surface and go, yes please, I'll have you back. When you're serrating, even if you have a look at the exhaust nozzle on the F-35, when radar frequency, especially heat will be distributed everywhere, rather than go, yeah, thank you, I'm here. So on the landing gear, all these serrations, the radar frequencies are just going to bounce everywhere. So by the time, if any, get to radar, then it will be registered. That's how radar cross-section works, by measuring how much is returned back to sender. Now let me talk about that DAS system quickly, because it is really is all that. It's fantastic invention and creation, the DAS system. Are you ready? So there's about 6 of these. They look like little mirrors on there. That's the DAS system that I've managed to finish off nicely. It creates like an invisible protection force field. Well, not quite. Actually, saying that, they are actually, I've heard they're making like a plasma style, like almost like something out of Star Wars force field. But anyway, it's not actually a force field. What the DAS system does, there's one there, I think there's a couple here, one on, they look like mirrors, but they're not. They're never the same. They're like cameras. They, at the time when I wrote this, they have an AN/AAQ37. It's a distributed aperture system, and in layman's terms, it is an infrared sensor system for day or night. It is the situational awareness. This is constantly giving the F-35 pilot like millisecond of locking onto targets. Basically, there's surface-to-air missile ground stations here. It already knows. Offers continuous tracking. See ya! Does it want to engage in a dogfight? It has that option because it's already seen them. This thing is constantly creating a battle space. If there's any F-35s in the same flight, they actually all connect to each other. So if you want really good signal and watch the Ted Coningsby channel on your F-35, you can do that with your fellow colleague F-35s. It's amazing. Do you know there's 40,000 fasteners on each F-35, and they are done and coated under a special microscope to look for even the thinnest of imperfections. It gives a 360-degree protection and detection, and it fuses together other F-35s to make it an even better hive. It is amazing, this aircraft. I really do love it. You can tell this is an F-35A because it's got a cannon there and it hasn't got the lift fan. There you go. 5 centimetre squared radar cross section, which is a golf ball, a tiny bumblebee or something. Amazing. Yeah, about a small bird or a golf ball, I'd put that. I think the F-22 is like a tiny little bumblebee in it, or the the B-2. There we go. So I hope you enjoyed that. That's a little bit of talk about the F-35s. If you've got any questions about the F-35, let me know.
Emergency or something?
Sorry?
Tanker?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know. Sorry.
Emergency coming back to Mildenhall in a hurry. I was talking about it up there on the scanners.
Oh, right. Okay.
Drop 5,000 feet in about 3 minutes or something.
Oh, right. I don't. Sorry. No, I don't.
Inside, what's happening here today? Anything special?
Just turn up, rack up, see what happens.
No, you always do good.
Yeah, no, just turn up and just see what's going on.
Up and go with it.
Got some competition now as well. Can't beat the original. Can't beat the original one.
I think that aircraft you were on about, is it a tanker?
Yeah.
I think it's just landed now.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's landed now, so that's all right. That's back safe. I thought I'll have a quick look on ADSB. There we go. Hey, morning. How you doing, Stu? All right, man? Yeah, good, thank you. All good. I hope we're all good, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Welcome to the show. So 4 F-35s with quick climbs. All is good. So welcome to the show. Ted Coningsby channel live here at the 48 Fighter Wing. How we're doing, Aspen, Captain A, Gucci Man, Joshua Brown, Richie B, Border Raider, Mark Edel, Matron, Captain A. And like I said, you may notice a little message from me this morning on here to dedicate the first departure for a Richard G. Now, Richard G got in contact with me and he said it's the anniversary. I hope he doesn't mind me sharing this, but it was an anniversary, not like a birthday or a wedding or anything like that. It was something that again that I mentioned briefly yesterday about some of the things that you've gone through and pulled through. It was a major life changing, shall we say, because on September the 19th last year he was planned to have cardiac procedures done, but the procedure could have led to severe consequences or worse due to the fact of some strokes that he suffered. So and it marked that life-changing decision not to do it. I guess it's one of those decisions that you've got to make where, and it is true, you know, being under general anaesthetic alone is life risking anyway. And Richard got in contact with me and basically said what a special day. Oi oi to the ground crew. So Gucci Man, how you doing? Daniel Walker, how you doing? Oi oi. Frank Wyszynski, Alex, Paul Mayers, Alex Blackcat, Mark Moody, Mark Riches. Hope we're all good.
One of them did go out. He has to go when he goes, doesn't it?
And it was yesterday that it was the Yes, September 18th, 1947 of the United States Air Force. Because before, it was actually part of the Army. It was the United States Army Air Force.
There was also another one which was Secretary of Defence with the States at the end. Yeah, one of them. I think that was it. I'm not going to drive it.
Hope we're all good, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Welcome to the show. And yes, so we're looking at a base that, or a station, to be exactly correct. Although I did discover in the Second World War, actually military airfields as such, even pre-war in Britain, they were called stations. In fact, if you look at even the United States Army Air Force stations, they were station, for example, Station 139 at Thorpe Abbotts, they were called stations. I don't know when they used the term base. I got a funny feeling it's after World War II. I got an interesting feeling because it was they were called stations. They weren't called bases in World War II. I don't think it was more station. I think it's still officially used today, but in the US Air Force it is called base, like AFB, Air Base, AB, or Air Force Base. But I remember reading about World War II, they were all called stations officially. I'm not saying that they weren't ever called bases, but it's interesting to come across that. That was a good little find yesterday. And the United States Air Force actually founded on the 18th of September 1947. But of course the United States Army Air Force was, or shall we say the Army Corps, Oi, oi, how you doing, man? You alright? Yes, good, thank you. So the United States Army Air Force activated in 1941, of course, from the 15th of the 1st, 15th of January 1941. If you remember the 54 activations that I speak about, they were the first aviation objective. And good job, because 11 months later, the attacks happened on Pearl Harbor, which really brought the US into the Second World War. And to me, and fact, it really changed the scales of the whole war. How you doing, man? All right there? Rock Ape Chappie, how you doing? Thanks, Aspen. Yeah, it's really cool to learn little tiny things like that. It really is. Does anyone remember the T-square as well? I don't know if you're familiar with that. I mean, I was reading about what they were using to distinguish where to land. I think some aerodromes use them. It's like the landing T, or the T-square, or the square T, which is pretty cool. It's like a square by the watchtower. It's got this square border with a little T pointing in the direction of landing and taking off. Yeah, that was cool. I only came across that yesterday, which was quite interesting.
Carrying laptops out on that part, that's the roll bit. It's like really, you can just see everything. Yeah, it's like a girl, like 5 or 6 lads. What's the best end to go? Just build a burger, I think, Norway.
Well, Aspen, thank you. It was really interesting to learn about, you know, as you delve deeper into history and you find out all these cool little things and you think, oh, that's a cool fact. I love little cool facts like that.
Slot down there and so as you can see more with the perch and sitting as well. So.
You know, got a trailer.
Yeah, you can get up in there, yeah, but I mean, like I said, it's more for the guys that go quick. I'll just go with a phone and that, so just get to see it, but it did for the morning. I was there.
You see how you see these all taking off. You come here in the morning, you get to go to
once one goes, they all start going. They start coming in and just literally busy. I've never seen that.
Big spares on, you know, all that stuff.
I've got the group job coming as well. I've got that, so that's good. That's lovely.
F-15s,
Yeah, no.
They was yesterday, the E-4B, the guy was still the E-4B tank.
Oh, yeah, they were there. Yeah, I didn't see the jets was there. No.
It was late in the afternoon, dark about half 6.
Oh, that was, yeah. I wasn't there then.
How we doing, ladies, gents, steady bears? Hope we're all good. Hopefully we're going to get some more departures. Mark Head, yeah, so it's literally, imagine like a square, a white bordered square, so not filled in or anything. And there's also little, do you know what, let me go and get the book, I'll show you. No, hang on, I know where I got it from. There's also in the corner conditions as well that let pilots know that they can land there only on certain conditions. So there's I mean, literally it was a quick flick through. Top corner, that's interesting. And yes, I would imagine grass runways, that would be very effective. Really good chat there, really good. Signal Square, that's the one. Thank you very much for reminding me. Signal Square. They have one at Old Warden, which is still in use. That's the one, Nigel. Thank you very much. That's what, not T Square. Isn't T Square something using like maps? It's in there. But yes, Signal Square. That's the one. Thank you very much. And yes, Thorpe Abbots has one. Old Warden. Yeah, I wonder if Old Buckingham have one as well. And it was literally a letter T, and the bar on the T would indicate the direction of landing.
What do you want for selfie? Yes, there is 2 of them, I believe.
So if you want to know what it looks like, just see if I can find an image of one.
It's just the first week, next week's days, then it's next night.
Get a bit more next week, really. Get this hammy. Taking your meds?
Oh, this one's a good pick, actually. I wonder if I can show you this. I'm just going to... Oh, that's a really good pick, actually. Really good. Yeah, so... You probably know it when I show you it. There it is, one of those. And that's the direction that you take off from. And in the corner you had like it was almost like a condition. There we go, F-15E Strike Eagle startups. Really, really good. Thanks for that, for confirming that at Shuttleworth. That was really good.
Yeah, it's an F-15. Yeah.
Steve Griffiths, how you doing? Hope you're good. Oh, I've got one of my novels. Let's go and get a Wellington.
Oh, right, yeah.
Sounds like an F-15, doesn't it?
It is, yes.
Whip! How old are the F-15s?
Well, First flight, 1972. These ones arrived here in 92. First flight, 86.
You know your bits, don't you?
That's right, got to do my bit.
It's like a walking encyclopedia.
The F-35, sorry, the F-15B, that was in 1973. They called it the TF-15A, but they changed it to 15B. And then the C&D came in the 70s, 79. And then 86, the E. So on and so on. Sorry. Sorry. Thank you. And this was the icon of this whole county, the Wellington. Yeah, like Ely here, all around here was the Wellington bomber. It was like the icon. And the Hampden, they were actually, what I was trying to do on the show is actually show they were the same specification. You know the like for example the F-22, there was the YF-22 and the 23.
Yeah.
So same scenario happened in 1932, and then you got these two, same specification.
Wow.
But they both got accepted. So, but it's funny how you got the same spec that were given to, can you build a plane in this specification, and they came up with these. Completely different. It's pretty cool. I love. It only occurred to me the other day. I was like, oh my gosh, they were the same spec, just like the YF-20.
Wow.
You know.
Who designed it, Nicholas?
Vickers Armstrong, this one,
Yeah.
and that one Handley Page. Handley Page was he was a bit of, he was he left his motorbikes.
Yeah.
And he was inspired by the Wright brothers, and he decided to make his own aviation company.
So did Mitchell do anything before he passed, or was it just a Spitfire?
Well, Mitchell.
Apparently come back.
Mitchell was almost, well, he did technically designed the first 4-engine bomber, but they got blown up in a raid, the prototypes. But, yeah, so you may have heard R.J. Mitchell pretty much had a 4-engine bomber. It was going to become our first 4-engine bomber. There were 2 prototypes in the making, but sadly they were destroyed. And of course, with himself sadly been, passing away, there was only one winner. It was the S-29, which is the Short Sterling. So more startups. So the sounds that we can hear now are from the Pratt & Whitney F-100 PW229s. Now the F-15J yesterday, they are the 220s. They're slightly different. They're still Pratt & Whitney, but different power rating. They've got about £25,000 of thrust on those F-15Js that we've seen yesterday. These ones are your 29,000 pounders, and they do sweep, of course, as we most passionately love. And of course, different specs to other engines. For example, the Pratt & Whitney's F-100 PW229 measures at 4.85 meters. The nearest one I could get to you, okay, we would be cheating if we went with the F-119's PW100. But that said, 4.97 meters on those. The EJ200 engine is 3.98, so look at the size difference. So EJ200 on the Typhoon measuring at 3.98 meters, or 4.85 of the PW229s on the F-15. Compression ratio, so 32 times the atmospheric pressure it compresses it to. It increases the air pressure 32 times, which is absolutely incredible. A very, very low bypass ratio at 0.36. Output 17,800 dry or 29,160 with afterburner each. And it has two, why not? Why settle for one? And you may have heard me mention that the first flight was in July 1972. Now, the idea and the concept to build the F-15 really was to develop not only a replacement for the F-100D Super Sabre, but it was also in an answer to the Foxbat as well. I mean, that Foxbat was breaking some records. F-15 came along. It was built with a very early Pratt & Whitney's F-100 engine, had in excess of a 1:1 thrust to weight ratio. It was absolutely phenomenal. There was a family version, F-15B. It was designated as the F-15A, TF-15A, but they redesignated it to F-15B. That flew a year later, almost a year exact actually, July 1973. The first Eagle delivered was in November 1974, and in January 1976 the first Eagle was destined to its first ever combat squadron. The C and D models, they entered service in the beginning of 1979. But of course here we've got the F-15E. The legacy of the F-15 is unbelievable. When I first started doing this, I couldn't believe the F-15 was still flying, but of course it's not like it's the original airframe or anything. There are upgrades. Now, although the F-15E Strike Eagle arrived here in February 1992, its first ever actual flight was in 1986. It was December the 11th, 1986. And it is a two-seater, weapon systems operator and pilot at the front. It is dual controlled as well, so the Wizzo can fly the aircraft. I can hear more F-35s as well. So we got a Pratt & Whitney salad at the moment. Why not? I'm not going to complain.
What's the difference in the engine again, Nicholas? Between the 15 and the 35?
What, power output?
Yeah.
Power. So the F-35's engine is 43,000 pounds of thrust, just that one engine.
Yeah.
The 229s on the F-15 29,000, and it has two. So when you put that into perspective, so you got 58,000 pounds of thrust, but between two, and then you got one at 43,000. That's like being strapped to a rocket, isn't it? Really?
The F-15's heavier as well, isn't it?
They are. So that's why, although it's got a better maximum speed, the F-15, the acceleration on the F-35, you can tell when you're panning, even with your cameras. It's like, ooh, this one's smooth. It's lighter and it's got a powerful engine. It's thrust to weight, isn't it?
What do you prefer then, Typhoon or F-35?
I have to say Typhoon.
So you do a lot of, you know.
I have to, because Ted will kill me.
Yeah, Ted will.
Never get an angry bear near you.
And it's on the back, it's on the side here, that one down there, see?
Yeah.
How many QRAs you ever got up there? Any?
What, that I've been and filmed?
Yeah.
I've actually caught a couple. Yeah, they are pretty, and there's been some practice ones. There was one yesterday, a practice. Yeah. That was pretty cool. It is exciting. I mean, it's like, whoa. And on the real one, you can tell the adrenaline on the pilots, because there was a compulsory, yeah, why not? I mean, there must be like, is this the day? I've got to actually make that, well, they're ordered to do it. If they're ordered to do it, I mean, it is, I mean, it's the reality of having to shoot down you know, there's no other way. You can't pull it over.
They don't know what they want.
They don't know where it's going either, like you said. Yeah, it's just the way it is, sadly. But yeah, you can tell there's a lot of adrenaline pumping. I mean, I've heard some fun stories of because everyone always thinks of the pilot, but you forget the ground crew as well. They're running out in whatever clothing they've got. 3 in the morning is running out. I've seen some pictures. But hey, you got to do what you got to do. They don't need to put a pilot suit on or anything, so they can just run out in whatever they want. Yeah, I've read some fun stuff, but yeah, that's yeah. But yeah, that's I really love that engine in the F-35. It's so big, powerful, isn't it? You can feel it as well. It's very clever.
Same engine in the thing, like the R version or the A's, it's the same engine.
Okay, not quite. It is an F135, but a different variant, because they've connected Rolls-Royce. But is that probably from? Yeah, it could be. People said there was a few there, wasn't there? We've only had 4 departures, and that's how bad my counting is. Was that one from here that we just couldn't count? Was it 4 landed? Did 4 land?
It was 2 nil abroad and F-15. 4 come back and we got that one.
So this is why we don't do maths when we're plane spotters. Oh dear. Have you ever met a mathematician that's a plane spotter? No, you haven't. I love that. No, it's probably come from across the road. Brilliant.
WA1, was it?
Yeah, it was up the A1.
Wasn't the WA registered one, was it?
Oh no, don't shut down.
Don't shut down.
Oh.
We normally see millions.
I know.
Millions and millions.
I know. Well, the F-35s are on their way. I can hear them taxiing. Near the nozzles, beautiful sounds. Thanks a lot everyone who's tuned in. Don't forget to support the stream and the channel by hitting that like button. You've been cleared for a touch and go on the like button. And of course, if you haven't done so already, you're cleared low approach on the subscribe button. And do marry that up with the notification bell button as well. You'll be notified of our latest and greatest live streams and videos. This part of the aerodrome, we call this the catwalk. It's not officially the catwalk, it's a Ted Coningsby thing. Officially, it's just called a taxiway. Which do you prefer, catwalk or taxiway? We'll call it a cat. Yeah, there you go. Catwalk as the yeah. I mean, imagine that. Don't see Hugo Boss wearing an F-15 outfit, do you? Just kidding. Be a Hugo Boss edition. Right, here we go. Now, I know this aircraft is many of you's favourite, and I know that you, I know that you love this aircraft. I'm sporting the earring of the F-15 today. How you doing? All right?
Yeah,
oh, how you doing? Okay?
Yeah.
Good, good, good. Welcome. Enjoy. Here we go. Speed on these in excess of Mach 2.5. The F-35, all variants, Mach 1.6. Now notice a very different design in the boundary there. Look there, that gap. Oh, nice. Nice 492nd marked F-15E Strike Eagle. This sounds good. The letters LN, Lima, November, that's the tail code for Lakenheath. The numbers that you can see there, that's part of the serial number. There are 2 more digits in front of that. They're very small, but they tell you the fiscal year of the aircraft. Now, usually they have like 91. It's just to the left of it, very small numbers. It's probably 91, but that's just a little guess there. Maybe I'll, yeah, no, we'll wait. So if it was 91, it would be 910221. RAF Lakenheath is the only wing to have a name as well as its number. I know, right? You're probably thinking, really? Yes, really. And that's all because they moved to France when they were reactivated and got wing status in 1952 at Chaumont. And they were very near the workshop of Bartholdi, who designed, built the Statue of Liberty. Aero braking. Look at this. Now, although it appears as a wheelie, this is aerodynamic braking. Turning that, all that drag created under that undercarriage. Yeah, so in 1952, the 48th were activated as the fighter bomb wing in Chaumont Air Base in France. And they were only in about 20 miles south of Paris. And what was established is that they were so close to the workshop of Bartholdi, who designed and built the Statue of Liberty. And in the following years, there was a ceremony in '54, and they became the Statue of Liberty Wing, or in French, Statue de la Liberté. And it's actually on their wing badge, so we'll have it in the French, in the original writing as it was. There we go. Yes, I caught it the other day, and it did a quick climb. Yeah, it's still got it. It came back not long ago, to be honest. Yeah. Very recent.
You got art on the nose at all? No. No,
I think it went to have. Do you remember it used to have that flame coming out?
Yes.
I think that's been repaired.
Oh, right.
You can see where one of them looks a bit gleaming. Yeah, so I think it went for a little repair. Went on holiday, you know.
That's Ted's, isn't it?
Yes, Ted's jet, yeah. So Ted's flown in tail 134, so when you see that, we call that Ted's F-15. So, when you go to Mildenhall, if you have a look at the KC-135s, the ones with the square D on it, you may notice a station crest. Have that in your mind, think about it. The Greek Ionian pillar with a crown and the eagle sat on top. When you drive past the main gate at Lakenheath, look above, have a look. They look the same. You'd be fine, you'd be correct to say that. Brampton, Kirk Newton, Greenham Common, they were all part of Support Command. And the reason for that is when they were founded, they all had the same station crest. And they still have it today. That's called a close copy when you're doing that. But of course, Support Command disbanded. But they kept the emblems. They were 1973 to 94. And the only difference is, of course, on the lower section of the, inside the blue circle, is the name of the base. So this is the EOR, end of runway. This is where they do all their post-taxi checks. It's the way that the 48th operate their F-15s. They do all the checks after taxiing from the hangars. They take the pins out, check any loose ordnance, check that the elevators are working, the nozzles, all that kind of stuff, just prior to departure. Now they are different now. They used to be the 748th maintenance squadron, but now is another F-35. So after February 92, we just had Eagles here, F-15s, and then 94 there was C and Ds as well. So it was a little bit easier to manage. I think there was one particular maintenance squadron, but now they changed that since the arrival of the F-35s, and they created what's called a Fighter Generation Squadron, where you have your own maintenance crew for that particular squadron. It's pretty cool. The Fighter Generation Squadron, FGS. So what that means is that you'll have your own armourers, technicians, mechanics, all that kind of stuff. So the station was built as a Royal Air Force station. Hence it still carries the name Royal Air Force. And it was built in towards the end of 1940 and had its first residence in 1941, and it was indeed number 20 operational training unit that arrived all the way from Lossiemouth. And we said the same story but in reverse when we were at Lossiemouth. And it was the Wellington bomber. The transition was in 1948. The base closed in 1945 for nearly 2.5 years, which is very excessive for expansion and upgrades to the runways. And the reason for that, it was to give way to this beast. So they closed, after the war, they closed, the Second World War, they closed the runway and expanded it. It was chosen to be a VHB, very heavy bomber based along with Barham. Hello! Werewolf at me, howling at me, brilliant. Yeah, so it was for the B-29s, and that 1948 when it opened, the 504th Base Completion Unit arrived, and the 2nd Bomb Group and the 307th Bomb Group came here with the B-29s, and it became a United States Air Force base from 1948. So, that said, it's still owned by the Royal Air Force. There is a Royal Air Force Commander as well as a United States Air Force Commander here as well, but it's operated by our good friends, the United States Air Force in Europe. A legacy that was created from the arrivals of the mighty 8th. A bit of a candy floss moment there, wasn't it? You can see the distinctive GAU-22 cannon to indicate that it's an F-35A. Beautiful. That really makes sense. Yeah, the maths isn't very good. I have no idea, it was weeks ago.
Was that weeks ago?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Good for you.
Thanks.
Right, enjoy that.
Thank you very much.
I also, yeah, your aircraft. Where do you get that?
Everywhere. eBay, museums, heritage centres, people make them for me. eBay, anywhere, Amazon, anywhere. And AGR as well, Jeff at AGR models, he sends them to me as well. No worries. Oh, whip! 91,308 on this one. Here we go! Sadly by the clouds, but hey, we got more. Oh yeah, escape velocity indeed. How we doing, Andy White, Remco De Vray? How we all doing? Border Raider, Gucci Man, how you doing? So that's called a quick climb, unrestricted climb. So the F-15E Strike Eagle is a two-seater, just like the D model as well. The E is a dual-controlled, but at the back is a weapons systems operator. They will select and control the weapons, get a lock on with the laser, so that the pilot can do their thing. Like I think they got lantern pods as well, and I think there's another type of lightning system that they've got. It's a laser targeting system. So if you've got GPU 12s or anything like that, laser guided, the Wizzo, the nickname, it's a weapon systems operator, WSO. Wizzo is the nickname, and they can select, lock on, and the pilot does the shot. It is dual controlled, so the Wizzo can fly the aircraft, I guess, for if the pilot's not very well, or if there's a long, you know, transit flight. Should we get like a little, should we get like a, yeah, look at this. Woo! Alright for a minute, I better hold off yet. So, what another question I get asked a lot, what do the colours mean on the top of the tail? Well, they are, and let's face it, they're huge stabilisers. A lot of the details and the dimensions of stabilisers are actually classified. However, let's not go there. Let's talk about tail fins colours. So, red is traditionally the 494 Fighter Squadron, the Panthers. Blue are the 492nd Fighter Squadron. Yellow is for the 493rd and green for the 495th. However, adding a lick of paint to the F-35 could upset its RCS, so they don't really have that, but the colours remain. However, here's another one. Now, just because it's got a red tail flash doesn't always mean it's the 492nd or the 494th flying it. Any pilot can fly any jet that they're qualified in. If that makes sense. So the 494th and the 492nd can share jets together. If they're not available and they need one, they'll get one. If you see one with all three colours, red, yellow and blue, that's like a heritage boss jet, as they call it. It doesn't have green. Reasons being is because when the F-15s arrived in 92, that same year the 495th became inactive. Now here's the flip side. In 1977, when the F-111s came here and we activated with the squadrons, the 495th reactivated after 33 years. And so they had four colours on their F-111 aardvark for their boss jet. Until I think it's finished. No, this will do. Start the weekend and have a break.
Whereabouts you live?
Only an hour away, Peterborough. Right in the middle. Now that is a perfect example. Noxie, how you doing? Right, so you've put here the YF-23 and the YF-22. Very interesting that you said that, because I'm going to show you an example of a scenario. Just as an example, there were many of these scenarios, but I'm going to show you a breakthrough in the same scenario from 1932. I know, and you're probably thinking, what? So after these departures, I'll show you an example of a specification. So the YF, you know, so you got Northrop versus Lockheed in a competition to get the thumbs up, and I'll show you the differences between these two aircraft in 1932. doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? And watching from Devon, Stephen Chrissy. How you doing? Watching from Devon. Big shout out from Al. Al, right. Good old Devon there and Al. Sounds good. We do.
Next week for the overall.
Hopefully, yeah. I just needed the weather. I was going to do it this week, and the weather didn't play.
Oh, it's emotional.
Very emotional. I know.
Good song with that as well. So, yeah,
no. But hey, just do what you can, innit? Just get what you can.
You're showering.
Oh no, I've been in some stuff, yeah.
all day to decide. You do that for the golf club, which lost now for the golf game.
Yes, it's good there.
That's the background of the golf.
Doing, ladies, should steady bears. Welcome to the show. Ted Coningsby channel, live here at the 48 Fighter Wing, RAF Lakenheath. Hope we're all good. Doing, ladies and steady bears. Hope we're well. Hope you're all enjoying the show. I've been really learning some really interesting things, and what fascinates me is that you start learning something and then you open another door to somewhere else and you learn about that. And how I got to the chain home system, I can't actually remember. How on earth did I do that? I have no idea what I was doing at the time, but I ended up learning more about the chain home system and Robert Watts. You know, two things that I would never have imagined what they were. I only knew the dowding system but didn't really understand it. Again, things like that, and then learning about the Air Ministry specifications and how important they were, and they're still effective today in a different form, and you know, around the world, whether it's in the US or in Britain. So as Aryan has said there, we do get asked this quite a lot, why do they sit here for so long? And Aryan's put pretty much all the info there. They could be waiting for, I mean, first of all, they got to do their checks. Then once they've done their checks, it could be a case of waiting for a tanker, waiting for another aircraft to go in their flight, waiting for traffic to clear. However, think about this, maybe there's troubleshooting, or how about maybe they were going to do air-to-air refueling training today, and the tanker cancelled. They can't just fly anywhere. Military aircraft in this country, I think around the world, can't just fly anywhere they want to. So they would need to submit a new flight plan for the day. So if they want to go through the lakes, they need to submit that. Again, they need to get clearance to do so. They don't just fly anywhere they want to. So everything is planned carefully so that it can avoid traffic and other problems. And you know, they might want to go to Whole Beach. They can try it, but of course, as we know, they could be booked, they could be closed, they could be anything. So they could be waiting for that. Secondly, the consumption of fuel. You only use fuel as in like registered amount is when you actually start using thrust. When you start using thrust, those compressors start sucking in more air, more combustion. Thrust uses fuel. Being sat here on idle uses absolute minimal, not even a % of fuel is used just sat here. Yeah, so they're probably gonna land here. Probably land here.
2 F-35s and 2 F-15s.
Okay.
Yes.
From yesterday, probably. Feel free to ask any questions about the F-15, F-35, Lakenheath history or history avionics or anything like that. Let me know and I'll do my best to answer it for you. And of course we do have ex-servicemen, personnel, ex-crew that have served, veterans on our show as well that could possibly answer it, very experienced as well. And of course very knowledgeable crew as well on the show. Our friends as well. He's been out in the morning.
Oh, he's probably been here earlier now. It's lovely. Feel the difference.
lots of engines running at the moment. How we all doing? How we're feeling? Okay. Ladies, gents, teddy bears, hope you're enjoying it. More F-15s joining, and I can hear more F-35 spooling in the distance as well, so hopefully there'll be more F-35s as well. man? How are you? All right? Nice. How we doing? Hope we're all good. And I'll tell you what, the other day I was also coming across learning about why there are a certain amount of squadrons. I know it sounds strange, but why is that? But I guess if you look at historically, it was very, very well organised, and once these take off, I'll give you a little show. So we got 3 F-15E Strike Eagles, unless my maths is really that bad. Looking forward to seeing these. About 2 depart today. is it your birthday? Happy birthday.
I thought I'd treat myself down here. Ben was supposed to come down, but I think he's got a new woman in his life.
Yeah, so we are giving you a live show from the official aircraft viewing area here at Lakenheath, and it's an absolute pleasure to be here. Big shout out to the security forces as well for what they do. Thank you very much. LE Desk and OSI, thank you. Hope you're all good and well. Big shout out to RAPCON as well, keeping the sky secure. That's radar approach control in the dark tinted windows there, 15-degree angled RAPCON. They manage both Lakenheath and Mildenhall's airspace, because Mildenhall is 24 hours and especially having two stations close together. But no one could do anything. All right, here we go. Now, we always highlight the chef, but no one will be able to function and operate, even if you're 352nd Special Ops, without the 48th Medical, because the 48th Medical, they need to make sure you're fit and healthy to operate, especially when flying an aircraft, especially when managing aircraft in the air traffic control room in the tower. I can hear an F-35 taxiing around. I don't know, I can hear that. I've got Lakenheath tinnitus, or I can hear an F-35 taxiing around. No? They're going to the EOR to wait safely. So we do have, I was right, there were aircraft taxiing. Looks like F-15s from here. It's fine. So you can only fit 6 aircraft on each EOR. There are 4, so the one that we've just seen and the one just here now as I've turned it, and then 2 at 05, runway 05 end. Okay, so you've got EOR north and south basically of each runway. So the one to the right on our screens will be the main EOR south for 2-3, and the one where they've just gone across the runway, that'll be the north EOR for runway 23.
Mate, look who's turned up.
Hey man, how you doing, Tintin? All right, man?
Yeah, good.
Jins, you all right?
Yeah, good mate.
Good man.
Been watching your stuff when I'm in Cornwall.
Good. How is Cornwall? All right?
Yeah, very nice. Yeah, been very well.
Good.
Paul?
I haven't seen Paul for a while.
No, he's going to come next week.
Okay, I'll see him next week then.
Yeah.
Keeping all right?
Yeah, it was good then.
Good, mate.
Oh, Jens? Hey. How are you? All right, yeah. Not bad. How's your wife? No, mate, I was a bit busy, so I've
Oh, this is lovely. Lots of F-15s. I hear F-35s. Definitely could hear F-35s. I've said this for ages. That is an F-35, I'm sure. Yeah, it sounds like they're coming down the Warrior Walk. Yeah, that's F-35. Nice. Here we go, get ready to get heavy on the levee now. 329. So if you look at 329, that looks like it's got EPAWSS on it. like button, let's ride. mentioned about EPAWSS on 329. Let me just draw that out. So this is going to be my worst drawing of life. I'll try and do it live. Developed by BAE Systems, EPAWSS. I'll tell you a little bit about it. Doing a live demo here. Here we go. Right, so one of them had EPAWSS on there. This is your regular. So what you want to look out for is here. I don't know if you can see that. What you want to look out for is here. The ones that have got EPAWSS on the back. Hang on, this is a really bad drawing. This is the stabilizer, and what you've got here is two, like that. Instead of the one. That's, I don't know if you can see that. I'm trying to draw it and look at the screen. It's probably a really bad one. So yeah, so if this was to have EPAWSS, it would have a second bit on there like that. All right, so that does have EPAWSS now. And this one has it, okay? That will give you an idea which one's got EPAWSS on it. So that was developed by BAE Systems. So I hope that made sense, that drawing I just did there. That's how you can tell if it's got EPAWSS. So you're looking at the back, because of the light, I can't see it. So none of these have EPAWSS, look. They've only got the one sort of radar at the back, yeah? Does that make sense? Hope that made sense. So it stands for Eagle Passive Active Warning Survivability System. A little bit of a mix of a bit of what the Foon has, along with the missile approach warning. I guess it's almost like an advanced digital electronic warfare suite for the F-15, and that's really what it was all about. It was developed by BAE Systems, and these don't have it, but only a few have been upgraded with it. So it's got dense signal environments, it's equipped with advanced radio frequency electronic countermeasures, so to mess up electrical devices, it can send that and confuse radio frequencies that are trying to latch onto them, because this is not a 5th generation aircraft, so this will be a nice countermeasure for it. So, welcome to the 48 Fighter Wing. See, the 48 Fighter Wing based here at RAF Lakenheath arrived here in 1960. And it was on the 15th of January 1960, same year as the Beatles were formed. But the base itself started life out, well, we could go in 1940 to let you know that this was actually a decoy airfield here, first of all. But we'll talk about that when there's a little bit more noise. So annoying, the noise, right? Just kidding. And then 1941, served under number 3 Group Bomber Command. And number 20 Operational Training Unit arrived here. It served as a satellite station to Mildenhall. Mildenhall built in 1934, again, Royal Air Force Station. RAF Feltwell as well opened. So Mildenhall opened 1934, RAF Feltwell opened 1936. Started off with Harrow and then the Wellington at Feltwell in 36, 37. RAF Mildenhall started off with the Hayford, then eventually converted in 1938 to the Wellington Bomber, an iconic aircraft of this whole region, county and surroundings. It was only in 1948 that the US Air Force began operations here. also you do get local climbs. They don't always do quick climbs. Just a quick catch up with all the amazing support from all of you as well. So coming up to, well, it's just gone 25 to 11. 37 minutes past the hour here at Lakenheath in Suffolk. And I hope we're all good, ladies, gents, teddy bears, and well, welcome to the show. And just a quick shout out to all of you. And of course, if you are kind enough, generous enough to give us a super chat, super sticker, gift a membership, or take out Ted Coningsby membership, we'll give you a proper. Thanks a lot, Perry, for that. The problem is, hang on a minute, give me a sec. Let me just see if I can spot it. Thanks a lot for that, Perry. I'll see if I can spot it. 1 second. It's to my left. It's a little bit cloudy. 1 second before I do the guards marches. I'll see if I can catch the tanker with the fighters. Give me 1 sec. Let me see if I can spot it. It'll be to my left. If I can get a shot of it, I will. You know me. Let's have a look. And it will have fighters with it.
What's he looking for? What you lost?
Too cloudy.
Yes, I'm
7-2 with fighters with it, which would have been quite nice. Never mind. The reality of clouds. There they are. No worries. That would have been a nice shot. We get them quite regularly when they are going to meet up with their tankers. We do catch them en route, which is always a nice shot. The F-22 shot that we had before, that was pretty cool. You can still hear aircraft. Lance Bostock, welcome to the Ted Coningsby's Posh Officers. A high five and a guards march to you. Thank you for joining our Posh Officer Squadron. Jay Bolton, thank you as well. High five, guards march. Thank you for joining our squadron. Janice Bates as well, high five to you. Guards march, welcome to the squadron as well. Brave Sir Robin, thank you very much. Guards march to you, upgraded membership to the Posh Officers. Seal Sec as well, thank you for your 14-month membership. Good morning, TCS, have a lovely day. Yeah. Babs R as well with 20 months membership. So happy to be a member of this amazing channel family. Thank you very much, Babs, and thank you for your continued support. Debbie Wigley as well with 10 months membership. Great to meet Nikos this week at Coningsby. Such a great channel. Thanks a lot, Debbie. Commander Bakara, a member for 3 months. 3 months? Time gone fast. Scorcher with 25 months. Thank you very much for being a member for that long. Thank you. Over 2 years now. Nice one. Wow, 25 months has flown past literally. Keep up the great work. Dave Darking, thank you very much for your super chat. Nice one. Thank you so much for that. Margot Baxter as well, thank you for the super chat. Who's put, thank you, Ted, for terrific streams. Happy weekend, TCS. Thank you very much. Dylan Cobb, member for 13 months. Thanks, Nikos, Ted, and Claire Bear. Guns up. Thank you very much, Dylan. Margot Baxter, thank you very much for the super chat as well for Ted Smoked Salmon Bagels. That sounds good. In fact, I think it's time for my special brew. Remco DeVray with 14 months membership. Proud to be part of this. Thanks, TCS. Aspen, thank you very much for the super chat. He's put Quick Climb Friday. Oh yeah, with a lovely little detail of an F-15, Roundel, and an F-35. Love it. Gavin Fry, congratulations on 2 years. Always a great stream. Thank you, and thank you as well. Alan Q, thanks for the super sticker. Guards March. Philip Turner, thank you very much. Thanks for your 23 months membership. Who's put oi oi. Margot, high five. Thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Guards March to you. Aspen, high five. Guards March, thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Chris White, high five. Poor pump. Let me just We just saw out Ted's flag, looks like he was jousting. Chris White, high five. A Paul Pump, thank you so much for gifting 5 Ted Coningsby memberships. Can hear an F-35 just started up. Kieran Harvey with 20 months membership. Keep up the great work, Ted and Nikos. Oi oi, and an oi oi to you. Margot, thank you very much for the super sticker. Chris Baxter, thank you very much for that generous super sticker as well.
Oi, oi.
Oi oi. How you doing, man? All right?
Yeah.
Good. Chris Baxter, thank you for that.
All right, mate.
Wee Stevie Boy, high five. Guards March, thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership.
Yeah.
Sue W, Guards March, high five. Thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Thank you very much. Wee Stevie Boy, thank you very much as well for the super sticker. Sorry, the super chat. Tunnux for Spanner Crew, thank you very much. Wee Stevie Boy, you did put a super sticker. Thank you very much. Guards March for you as well. Border Raider, brilliant camera work as always. Thank you very much, Border Raider, for the super chat. Paris Timmins, Guards March, thank you for your super chat. Who's put sorry I've been MIA. And also thank you, Paris, for your 4 months membership. Adam, high five. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron. And also Richard G, I don't know if you noticed earlier today, we did dedicate your first, I put a little note in the chats that we were dedicating the first departure, which was an unrestricted climb from an F-35. Super chat for Richard G, who today is a very special day. Happy Life Day to me. 1 year ago today I was resuscitated from cardiac arrest brought on by a complication during a surgical procedure. The TCS community helps me with my recovery each and every day. Thank you. Thank you so much for that. And Keefy Boy, 9 months membership, get in, oi oi. Paris Timmins, what a show, Guards March. Jojo, member for 17 months, I'm loving this channel, TCS always, Guards March, thank you very much. Jojo. Julie, Guards March, I absolutely love Quick Climb Friday, thank you Ted and Nikos, Guards March. Jonathan Dobyash, Guards March, thank you for your super sticker. Paul Mayers, thank you very much as well, Guards March, thank you very much for the super sticker as well. Jane Ann, 8 months membership, Guards March, thank you very much. Babzar, high five, Guards March, thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. And also with the carrots, Jake, with the carrots, high five, Guards March, thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. So, as we were mentioning, a little bit of brief history.
Mr. Grimsdale, 28 months.
Mr. Grimsdale, 28 months, a life, whose life and life. Thank you very much. As we mentioned before, some of the history that's been going on here is absolutely amazing, and we can tell you about the transition. Let me just have a quick cup of tea and I'll tell you all about it. Hang on a minute, what's going on? Has that been towed?
Ted.
No time for tea.
Right round, Ted.
Awesome, wasn't it? Thanks for that. I was trying to work out what that F-35 was doing down there.
You missed it nearly, Ted.
What is going on down there?
The boat's coming out.
Looks like it's been towed. It's the Vulcan. Nice howl there, reminiscent of the Vulcan. Only the A can do that. I'm not sure if the C can do it because I've never seen the C. As in the CV variant? Beautiful. So this is what distracted me was this, and it looks like an F-35 that's been towed. Yes, it has. Met the witch and it's been towed. Sorry, it was that bad. There we go. So, oh, good lady, shed steady bears. Maybe I don't have time for tea. Doctor, how you doing, Daniel? Hope you're good. Steve Evans, Alan Gates. Yeah, I might have to bring the tea up here at this rate. Yeah, let me go. I'm going for it. He's going to go for it.
You should bring your lunch this week. Good man. Can't have you starving up there, mate.
Lovely tea though.
Tired. You still doing that Christmas? Yeah, you still going ahead?
It's 30th of November. We've got about 5 tickets left.
How much are they?
22.
Can I have one?
They're online.
Oh.
You need to do it for a booking code, so you'll get a ticket there.
Okay.
Tickets. I'll put something on social media tonight on Ted's page.
Yeah, I'll follow you anyway.
Yes,
Boot
okay.
Scoot, yeah?
It'll be on the
or
face-
Tech 11T.
I'll put it on the on our Facebook group tonight as a reminder,
Alright,
because
and
we've only got 5 tickets left. It's at the Petwood.
Yeah, I noticed you said before beginning of the year.
Yes, that's it.
So yeah, I'll purchase them tonight then. I just want one.
That's fine, man. It'd be great to have you.
So yeah,
Yeah.
hold it back so no one gets it. Well, can't you do that?
Okay, I can go on and do it.
Yeah, put it under Boot Scoot and I'll get it later.
No problem.
Because for some reason when I'm down here, I don't really get a great signal.
No, it's a bit hit and miss here. So okay, I'll put it in the
Cheers.
group. No problem. In fact, what I'll do.
To get the suit out, wouldn't I?
Let me. I'll put it on.
When is it again?
30th of November.
Oh, it's awesome. It's only a month away, isn't it? 2 months.
I know.
It's come quick, isn't it?
Yeah, it has gone. But we have. We've got 2 tickets left.
Nicholas, save this one. I'll buy it tonight when I get home.
If, have you got my? Just message me now on thing, and I can send you the link. I'll do it. because that's
What
gonna...
shall I do? Shall I put it on?
Just go on Messenger on Facebook or something. Just
I'm sure
I'll send you the link.
I've got so many groups on here now. Just lost two. Let's go on Facebook.
If you go on,
Following, yeah. Right, so go on there now.
is that Ted Coningsby? Yeah.
Yeah, is that the one?
Yeah. So if you
I'll
just
definitely follow off.
just put hello or something, I'll just pop it and I'll see it straight away and I'll
Boot
send.
scoop, yeah.
Yep.
Send a message, I think. Send a message.
You got on the page and gone on to message.
Follow it.
Yeah.
Message.
Yeah, that's fine. Just put hello and I'll just put hello or something. Is that an iPhone? Right, go to Facebook. Go to the Nichols. So you try and find someone.
Another page.
Well, no, it's just my personal. No, that's not me. But another Nichols after that. Two Nichols. Nichols space Nichols. Should come up. No, no. Top one. So, it's that one there. Just put add friend, I'll do it now. And then I'll view add friend.
Took my way called this.
I'm going to send you a personal message. There it is. It's that there. Alright, it might be in your junk mail or whatever, but it's sent delivered.
Right, cheers.
Alright?
Appreciate that, mate.
No worries.
I'll do it tonight.
There's only actually 2 left.
Well, I'll get it, don't
I
worry.
should be able to reserve.
Sorted. And I'll send you a message later, so I bought one, alright?
Yeah, that's fine.
What's the hotels down there?
You can actually stay at the venue, the Petwood.
How much is that?
I don't know, but if you mention you're staying there the night, they'll give you a discount if you tell them you've booked the ticket for the TED party.
Great. Look forward to it. Any of our friends coming from here?
I don't know yet. Maybe.
Message them. Let them know on the
Maybe.
base.
There are some VIPs, but I can't tell you who they are yet.
Shall I get Trump over? Shit. That was yesterday. I should have seen it.
No worries, buddy. Thanks a lot, man.
Thanks, Eli.
How we doing, ladies, gents, steady bears? Hope we're all good. Right, where were we? Let's catch up. Right, just managed to get a cup of tea, which was quite nice. Right, let's have a look if I've got everything here. Yeah, I'm going to do... Right, today we're going to do a little bit straight in and digging in a little bit of history while I can. It's probably going to get interrupted. I'm not going to go too far into the prehistoric side of history, because as I found out, 10,000 years of history, I've gone down to Bronze Age, you know, lots further back in history, and we know about the Anglo-Saxons. We know about the 427 graves that were dug up here that were dating back to the Anglo-Saxon period, 1600 years ago. We know that there's a Lakenheath warrior. There was a man buried with his horse. In fact, they did find 2 examples, but this one was totally decorated, and you can go to the Museum of Mildenhall, which was founded by Lady Briscoe, the legend that is Lady Briscoe who founded it. So do check it out. As we go into a bit more time, I'm going to bring this forward a little bit. We're going to go into the First World War. So around this whole vicinity, there were examples of airfields that were actually training US Army Corps airmen for the First World War. And eventually this whole vicinity here, over this actual base, or obviously it wasn't built yet, it was actually used as a air weapons range, a bombing range. So you would have had biplanes going over here and doing their thing. Now, what I'm going to show you, some really cool stuff. I'm going to do things, things I like to do a little bit different here. Hang on, the wind is so annoying. Let's see if I can get you a little drawing. So, before the airfield was built, I want to show you this here. Now, 1934, way before, I mean, we're talking 6 years before the existence of RAF Mildenhall. I want to show you this. Now, this isn't exactly what I'm going to show you, but I want you to use a little bit of imagination when I find it. The light is so horrible right now. Hang on a minute. Right, I'm going to show you this. So, RAF Mildenhall opened 1934. It's only 5 miles in the direction of the backwards crow flying. Behind me at my 5 o'clock, or thereabouts right now, 1936, RAF Feltwell opened. So you've got 2 RAF bases, both under Bomber Command and eventually part of Free Group Bomber Command. Eventually both operating the Vickers Wellington bomber. Now, I want to tell you something that was here, south of Brandon, in this vicinity. There was a defensive system that was put into place. Now, we're not talking about anti-aircraft fire. We're talking something a little bit more primitive than this. We're talking about a decoy airfield, ladies, gents, teddy bears. This area was actually a fake airfield, a fake one. And when I mean fake, I mean the runway, the fake aircraft. So because Mildenhall had Wellington bombers, they made Wellington bombers out of plywood, painted them, even the fake hangars with cloth, camo, everything to make it look like the real thing. In fact, it was so real looking that our very own aircraft attempted to land here, actually resulting in many incidents and crashes, where we had to come up with a flare system and a lighting system with red flares to actually make them think, hang on a minute, this isn't the real one. So it was that good, that effective, that even our own aircraft thought it was the real thing. Now, how did the decoy airfield work? Well, there were 2. There was a K site and a Q site. This is a code name for daytime operations. For K, Q site meant it was for nighttime operations. There were examples of both K and Q. This was a Q site. What I want you to imagine, I know this is a type of pillbox or for anti-aircraft, whichever, but what I want you to do, imagine there was a blast wall in front of it, and I want you to imagine that it was covered in earth, okay, covered in soil, just completely buried, and it would have looked like this. This is why I wanted to show you that. Okay, so that's the cutout. Okay, there would have been a blast wall. Now, this is a cut-through section of a decoy airfield, and this is, the planning when you buy a house, etc. Hopefully you can see that, which is why I was worried using this type of protective sleeve, but let me just move that round a minute. Maybe that might be better. Yeah, that's better. Okay, this is like the overhead, where they're planning when you're buying a house, etc. So the decoy airfield, so you got the blast wall there. This would have been home to 2 officers. They come in, on their right would be the engine room. When they take a left, this was the main ops room. A switchboard here to operate the lights, oil and petrol store, all these little things function in a Q site, okay, for the nighttime operations, to operate all the lights, the runway lights, to make the enemy think, oh, there we go, it's definitely an active runway. Hang on, how even fake taxiing aircraft, the way you do that, you walk up to this, which is a ladder here and a spotlight. You get up on the top, and they would use this movable spotlight to pretend they were taxiing Wellingtons, etc. So this is exactly right. This officer here going, my job every night is to try and get bombed. You know what? That may sound silly, but that was, in fact, the reality. Because Lakenheath, before it was functioning as a real airfield, was bombed at least 5 times. What does that mean? Well, 2 things. one, it means it was effective. It really fooled the enemy aircraft. And two, it saved Mildenhall from destruction 5 times over. Absolutely amazing. Oh man, thank you. Thank you very much. I will enjoy that. Thank you. Now, then eventually, of course, this airfield was actually built eventually. So it's quite interesting. And a lot of people say there's a lot of bases close together. And it's true, they were. In fact, in Lincolnshire, for example, they were on average 7 miles apart. Here seems to be even closer. And the thing is, it was a way to structure your bomber command stations, okay? Because Mildenhall had satellite stations, an extension, shall we say. RAF Coningsby had RAF Woodhall Spa as its satellite. Mildenhall had here, Tuddenham and Newmarket Heath as well, okay? So it had its own satellite stations. It's almost like having an extra airfield, shall we say, okay? So it saved it. It allowed, there's actually more aircraft taxiing out. We got trouble. But there you go, that's what started out. And it was eventually number 20 operational training unit that were the first to operate here with the Vickers Wellington. Thank you. I shall enjoy a burger with taxi F-35s. I love this. So there we go, ladies, gents, teddy bears. As we mentioned, and for those that joined us at our Lossiemouth streams, we went into the historic detail of how the location was good for training units. However, they were under attack. Oh, here we go. So someone's asked about the EOTS. So it's far from plastic. It is made of sapphire. Is that what you're talking about here? That's EOTS, made of clear sapphire. It is the electro-optical targeting system. Oh yes, and it's on the F-35 Lightnings, a high-performance, lightweight, multi-function system. It provides precision air-to-air and air-to-surface targeting capability. That is its targeting system. Low drag as well, stealthy as well, made of sapphire, which is why they chose it, a clear sapphire as well. Diamond on the Moss scale of hardness is 10, not that you needed to know that, but sapphire is 9, so it's very, very strong, and it's basically a durable sapphire window and linked to the aircraft's integrated central computer systems, the FCS, through high-speed fiber optic interface. So it's basically it's full-on enhanced GPS guided weapons you can use for it, can perform reconnaissance with it, identify areas of interest. It is the battlefield targeting system. So if you're spotted by this, well, you know. That's the EOTS there. While we wait for the F-35s to taxi, just really quickly, someone mentioned the YF-22 and the YF-23, and how we doing? Now, what's really interesting with that, I kind of overlooked it. I overlooked the Air Ministry specification in 1932, and you know, to get a go-ahead, as you know, during World War II or any, you know, to get a go-ahead, a major contract from the an Air Ministry or Department of Defence or anything like that, you know, you are in for an economic boost. You know, you're going to add, and especially during World War II, when factories relied on men and women from local villages and the towns to come and put in that amount of economical influx, the economy influx in just that town, providing work, providing employment, was really crucial. Now, one thing that occurred to me, Air Ministry specification for, it was B9. Now, for those that know the channel well, B indicates like a medium or heavy bomber. All right, they changed it to P as we started to get different letters. P was for medium, but they wanted, obviously, you know, we're talking 1932. We've only just started having Hayfords, but B9/32 was an Air Ministry operational requirement for a monoplane bomber, but they wanted to step away from the Kestrel, Rolls-Royce Kestrel and the Rolls-Royce Goshawk, floating around about 600 miles per hour, 600 horsepower, sorry, 600 horsepower. They wanted something around sort of 1,000 horsepower, something more, you know, performing well, something that can perform, something with range. There is actually a book on the Air Ministry's specification in more depth, but I don't have that. I can only look at the basics, but the requirement was to have something cool. And I'm going to show you the two that went for it. Nice one. How we doing, ladies, gents, and teddy bears? Yeah, just quickly, because I don't think I'll get a chance to today. These are the two that got the go-ahead, the Handley Page Hampden and the Vickers Wellington. These are the two, B9/32, 4,000 pound of bombs on this one, and 4,500, slightly more. This, to me, was the most successful out of the two. This really resonated and innovated sea mines, so gardening out at the seas, and was really quite an icon for the Lincolnshire area, whereas the Wellington was the most produced of the Second World War at 11,640 odd thereabouts. Absolutely incredible amount. 16 different variants. Started life out with both of them with the Bristol Pegasus engines, the 1,000 horsepower rated. This was known as like a fighter bomber, replaced probably by the Blenheim by the look of it. And this, of course, kept going. Started off with the Pegasus, Mark II with the Rolls-Royce Merlin, and eventually the Hercules engine, the really powerful Bristol Hercules engine. So two aircraft, same specification is what I'm trying to get at. Two very different aircraft. Amazing. Size difference is not too bad. Let me just swap hands a moment. Cool. Yeah. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're all good. Yes. Just waiting for the F-35s to taxi out. We can just about hear them there. Sounding good. Nice full ship coming out. Well, someone said, have there been any F-35s? Well, there you go. C-17. Howl again. Amazing, isn't it? said Coningsby Channel Live. Send it. Departures, and it's coming up to 43 minutes or 44 minutes past the hour here in sunny Suffolk, and today has been one of those days where history, trying to get a cup of tea and have something to eat is impossible without being interrupted nicely, shall we say. Now, so I'm going to give you, I'll tell you what, I've nearly got every single, well, I think I've got about half of the inventory or previous aircraft flown by the 48th. Let's have a little look. Probably not going to happen because there's going to be aircraft coming in, but we'll fill the gap with this. I'm going to show you some cool stuff if I can find it. Let's have a look if I can get it. So the 48th began life as a group, and for those that know me, when I was trying to study history, would know that I couldn't find in my earlier streams. Embarrassingly, I did say that the 48th Fighter Wing weren't involved in the Second World War. Now that's kind of true and it's completely false at the same time, because what I discovered was you have to be really careful when researching that you got to establish whether they were a group or a wing. There was a 48th fighter wing, but it was a training wing, or at least a training squadron. And this is where the confusion was, because on the 15th of the 1st, 1941, the 48th became, and it was one of 54 activations called the First Aviation Objective. This was the pretty much the birth of the United States Army Air Force. The 48th were called the 48th Bomb Group Light. Now you may see in brackets a letter, and this had a letter L, and they were activated at Hunterfield, Georgia. Now the numbers that they activated as, they're numbers that you may not recognize: the 55th, 56th and 57th Bomb Squadrons Light. Now you're probably thinking, who are they? And also the 9th Reconnaissance Squadron also activated. So there were 4 squadrons, ones that you may not be familiar with. The 9th became the 88th Bomb Squadron Light as well. They were flying the B-18 Bolo. They were the only ones that were flying that. Now, I've been having a bit of a track to see exactly what they were flying, and they were renamed as well eventually, and it was in 1942 that they changed name. In fact, they redesignated the numbers to the ones that we know today. So the 55th became the 492nd, the 56th became the 494th, the 57th became the 55th became the 492nd, the 56th became the 493rd, and the 57th became the 494th, and the 88th, they became the 495th. So they did have 4 squadrons. And it was in 1943 that they were redesignated to the numbers that we know today. 1943. They were changing and structuring. The United States Army Air Force didn't just come up with an idea. They were structured. Before I talk about the structure, I want to go into what they were flying. So let's have a little look. Actually, shall I just do the structure first? Yeah, let's do the structure. Go on then. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? My name's Nikos, cameraman, commentator, historian. Hope we're all good. I'm going to show you the aircraft from the P-40. Okay, so that'll be how we're doing. Hope we're good. I've got aircraft from 1943. I haven't got anything previous. I mean, they had A-20s, the B-18 Bolos, and things like that. And one of the things I want to highlight is the structure of the United States Army Air Force. Now I'm going to give you, let's have a little look. Now, although I put them in plastic sleeves, I found that their aerodynamics was a bit better, and that's not very good, is it? But I'm going to show you a little structured system of what we're talking about here. I came up with this. Now you're going to get a division, so under the Air Force. So you got we've all heard of the Mighty 8th, although the operations for the 48th, they were actually, when they became a fighter group, they actually became a fighter group as well from 44. They were redesignated again. You'll find that in history. But what I'd like to highlight is that they were part of the 9th Air Force. Now, you may not be familiar with the 9th Air Force, but I'll show you the structure of, for example, of an 8th Air Force and how it came to be. And you'll probably piece together a little bit of detail of the... Oh, hang on then. So, talk history, get aircraft. Here we go. Yeah, I'm going to give up with the history today. if we, mind you, Fridays we don't really go in too much. This is quite an endurance today for Friday anyway, as far as they go. But lovely. Nice 2 sets of 4 ships there. Lovely, wasn't it? Actually, we've had about 4 today. Hi, are you alright? Oh, nice.
I'll message you.
Okay, that'll be great. Thanks, man. Thank you very much.
So you go a weekend about 3 times or 2 twice.
At the TCS number 3, I'll probably buy some more stuff actually, Nikon.
Okay, mate. Yeah, no
I've got
worries.
your light green Fleet t-shirt, but I think I'll get another one and some of these patches or something.
Sure.
Later, yeah. You'll have plenty then, will you?
I do, mate. Yes. Thanks, Eddie. Not yet. No, I haven't even had time to get any history, and it's been so busy. There's something running in now.
Didn't want to go and do that now, did it?
There's one running in now, actually. Yeah, I'll have to give you the card in a bit. It's been so busy, it's unbelievable.
That's the first time you come from Belgium. Very, very good, yeah. Spotted area. Very good. In the morning, better to take photographs from the forest entrance. Park there, we're taking photographs. Here, afternoon, after midday, we're taking photographs. It's good. Is there a place that
behind me.
busy. You pay £2. You stay there all day until 7 o'clock. Yeah. So you have to find the Nook campsite. If you look it up on Google, Google Maps, you'll find it. Nook campsite, that's the best place. That's where Nikos films from as well.
3-4. Don't be laughing too much. They won't believe you then, will they? Yeah, I'll watch out for you. Oh, I know him.
Well, that was pretty cool. I'm going to make more aircraft appear. Look. So yeah, the 8th Air Force, like we mentioned, had a structured system. So you got an Air Force, then you got a division, a wing, a group, and then the squadrons. And if you want to go even more structured, you've got the flights on each aircraft, so A to Z. They were hang on, that's a little bit out of focus. There we go, that's better. Sorry about that. They were also identified by shapes, the geometric shapes on the bombers. Triangle was the 1st Air Division of the 8th. The circle was the 2nd Air Division, and the square, hence the square D at Mildenhall, as you know now, they were part of the 3rd Air Division. Yeah, take care, man. See you later. Okay, so under each one though, once you've got your division, then you've got your wing, and then under the wing, you've got a group. So let me just show you in a little bit more detail, if I can, in this wind. So I'm going to show you the I'll show you the, well, you tell me which division is this, right? 1st Division, because they're triangle. So there was the 1st bomb wing, so it had these bomb groups, and then, like I said, each bomb group had the squadrons underneath them, usually around 4, sometimes a 5th one. But it was really structured, and especially the fighter wings. With the fighters, the fighter groups had 3 squadrons, which is my belief, just my opinion, just my theory, why the 495th moved to a different bomb group, the 407th, in 1944, because of course they started off with 3. And so you can have a look at the structure here, the 384th that we've done a lost airfields on recently, the 41st Bomb Wing, so they had a wing and then the group. And of course though, some of these groups today have become wings. So if we have a look at Mildenhall's 100th Air Division, and it is the same, the bloody 100th are the 100th Air Division. Of course you can see they were part of the 13th Bomb Wing, part of the 3rd Division. Now each division also had their own fighter wing to escort them as well. Let's have a little look at that, see what's going on there. So I'm going to show you the I'm going to show you the 2nd Air Division. Here we go, this is the 2nd Air Division. I've done that for you here. I recently did the 446 bomb group here. Again, they were part of the 20th Bomb Wing, then you got the group. Each wing had, well, it looks like there was about 4 or 3. And then the 65th Fighter Wing were the escorts for the 2nd Air Division. All right, so that's who protected them. You know, nearby here, the 355th Fighter Group, the Steeple Morden Strafers as well. Also very close to here, the 361st Fighter Group at Bottisham, and they had P-51s. So here's a little example of the B-24 Liberators. Usually the 2nd Air Division had Liberators, B-24, but I hope that helps for you. And of course, but Lakenheath's 48th fighter group ended up in with the 9th Air Force. They're a very different role. You see, the mighty 8th, they're a lot of their wings and a lot of their fighter wings, sorry, you know, even bombers as well of the 8th Air Force were strategically bombing other, you know, other targets. Okay, the 9th Air Force were doing other things. Okay, they, you know, it was very organized, and the 9th Air Force were really specifically supporting the army on the ground. Okay, so as the Allies were taking parts back and gaining ground back in France and Netherlands, etc., that's who they would support. Now the 8th Air Force's fighters, they would really engage in a lot more aerial combat because they were escorting bombers. They were protecting them. Whereas the 9th Air Force probably did 1 in every 65, maybe no escorting missions at all. So they would carry out different specific targets. They were more of the ground attack, very similar, because they were using the P-47 Thunderbolt, very similar to our Royal Air Force's Hawker Typhoon. But if we look back into, I'm going to give you from 1943, I've got I'm going to see what I've got missing, all right? But I've got maybe about 10 aircraft. 10 of those were pre-1943, or at least before the P-40. I haven't got a P-39, but I do have a P-40. So that, the 48th, I can show you the P-40. So, as if I haven't broken the propeller. So, 1943, they were operating this little beauty, the P-40 Warhawk. Look at this. Pretty cool, huh? So that was in 1943, operating this, and I think all 4 squadrons in 43 were operating this. Just before this, it would have been the P-39, and this was the P-40 Warhawk, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. A nice little nimble aircraft, and had a length of 31 feet. 8.5 inches, that's 9.66 meters. Wingspan 37 feet and 3.5 inches, that's 11.367 meters. So yeah, we're looking around about sort of Spitfire wingspan with this. It was powered by an Allison V1710-39 V12 liquid cooled piston engine, and it was rated at 1240, a 3-bladed Curtiss Wright electric constant speed propeller. Could get speeds of about 361 miles per hour. It found a lot of use in, I believe, in the east. It found, I think, just trying to think where, I think in the sort of really didn't take a lot of activity in the European theatre of operations, put it that way. Had 6 guns on it, very distinctive, 3 ports on each wing. Could reach a service ceiling of 29,100 feet as well. Still more startups in the background. Amazing, isn't it? But yeah, that was just before magic happened in early 1944. Because in 1944 was the P-47 Thunderbolt. So that was 1943. I hope I didn't say 1939 earlier. Of course, the legendary P-47 Thunderbolt, the absolute giant. I mean, it should have been in a class of its own. So from 1944, the Eastern and African theatres, thank you very much. In 1944, the squadrons, all 4 squadrons were operating this. However, the 495th, because of the structure, they moved to a different group. They went to the 407th bomb group, but they became inactive, and that was the last we've seen of the 495th for a good 33 years. So our 3 squadrons eventually moved to RAF Ibsley near Bournemouth, and then eventually moved to Cambrai, France, you know, as we were gaining ground. They took part in so many, the Normandy landings, D-Day, everything. This, my friends, is the beautiful 46-litre engine, air-cooled, and I love air-cooled piston engines, radial air-cooled. Air-cooled are really good. You can wipe out half your cylinders and still fly. You right there?
I'm fine, I want to show you something, but you have to come down.
I'll do it in a bit, all right?
Yeah, how long is a bit?
Have a cup of tea.
Have a cup of tea.
No, you do have a cup of tea.
So it could reach at 426 miles per hour. This took them right up to the end of the Second World War. It was powered by Pratt & Whitney R2800-59, so it had 18 cylinders. It can have hundreds of holes in this thing. The intake alone, literally you can fit a human being. It had a 300 boost horsepower as well, with an alcohol and water based, so a bit like a Fast and Furious, if you've ever seen that. A really amazing engine in this, and it's had many occasions where it's had the pistons completely destroyed and it could still get you back home. It was an absolute beast, it really was. When it was a different class, completely mammoth. The Spitfire could do a service ceiling of a good 40,000 feet service ceiling, or maybe more, maybe pushing it to a good 42. It had the altitude. Yes, it wasn't as nimble as a Hurricane or a 109, but it, at the end of the day, it served for different purposes. Close air support is what it was doing. So this innovated close air support, hence the A-10 Thunderbolt 2. This is where it came from, because this is the original P-47 Thunderbolt, the very first Thunderbolt. and it was absolutely amazing. With its 2,000 horsepower engine, it could really do all that. It had a supercharger, an intercooler, the air would go all the way back. It's just, you know, and then feed it through with the intercooler to cool down, and then that air just bled into the pistons. Absolutely amazing. And the guns were so powerful that it would actually lose 25 miles per hour when it fired them. We're talking about 8 50 cal M2 Browning machine guns. Now, 3,400 rounds in total in this thing. That's 425 rounds per gun. It could take 2,500 pounds of bombs, and it could also take H-bar unguided rockets, 10 of them, 5-inch rockets as well with that. That took them up to 1944, and when they retired, when they became inactive just after the war in 1945, this was the last we've seen, and then it was something else. We're now talking about the jet era. So when the 3 squadrons is that a plane? When the 3 squadrons became inactive, they didn't come back till 1952, and I'll show you what it was.
Yesterday we saw
So Chaumont, when they were activated at Chaumont, that, my friends, is where they became a wing. They became the fighter bomb wing at Chaumont Air Base in France, 1952. And it was the F-84 Thunderjet that they activated back with. How cool is that? This is the F-84 Thunderjet. So this was operated until from 1952, the Thunderjet, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Absolutely amazing. Look at it, a beautiful jet. So yes, the first jet aircraft that the 48 operated was the F-84 Thunderjet. The F-84G, max speed at 622 miles per hour, powered by an Allison J35 A29 turbojet engine, had similar power to the Hawk T1's Ardeur, Rolls-Royce Ardeur engine in the Red Arrows, at around 5,600 pounds of thrust dry. Service ceiling just over 40,000 feet, and this is what they were using at Chaumont. Now, just a year or two later, they changed to the F-86, which is floating around at the moment this year. They went to the F-86 Sabre. I can definitely hear an aircraft. I don't think we're going to get any. Well, that was good, wasn't it?
Between Dutch and French, Dutch and German.
Yes, a bit. It's a German, Germanic language. Yes, Netherlands.
How amazing was that? He knows how it is, or she knows how it is. The pilot knows how it is.
A lady pilot.
It could be.
See the hair, the blonde hair. The blonde hair. She's in the cabin unit.
Incredible. Well, that was amazing.
I'm calling it to watch out. You never know. You never know. You never know.
So yes, a year after the F-84,
A small plane.
it was this, operating the F-86 Sabre, and this was the second jet operated by the 48th, just before they changed completely from this. But the F-86F, for example, wingspan 39 feet 1 inches, that's 11.91 meters, and a length of 37 feet 1 inch, it's 11.3 meters. Just in case that last one, wingspan 39 feet 1 inch, 11.91 meters. Maximum speed at 687 miles per hour. Powered by the General Electric J47 GE27 turbojet engine. Just a bit more powerful than the F-84 at 5,910 pounds of thrust. Had a service ceiling of just very close to 50,000 feet, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. Thruster weight, combat weight, 0.39. Guns, 0.50. That's 12.7mm M3 Browning machine guns. 6 of those could carry rockets as well, and bombs of around 5,300 pounds in total of payload. Had 4 external hard points, and usually mounted on the outer 2 pylons on those as well. And of course, 760 litre, that's 200 US gallons of those drop tanks there that you can see there. And after that, really, it was a completely different era for the 48th. They became the 48th Tactical, the TFW, Tactical Fighter Wing. This is a completely different era for the 48th, and they became the first unit of USAF to operate the F-100D Super Sabre with the bent antenna. There we go, look at this. Absolutely incredible aircraft, and this really changed the era for the 48th, because this amazing beauty, the F-100D Super Sabre, was an amazing aircraft. It could go supersonic, so this was the first aircraft of the 48th that was supersonic as well. An amazing aircraft, and length of 50 feet 15 meters, wingspan at 38 feet 9 inches, that's 11.81 meters. It was powered by Pratt & Whitney's J57. The P21 or P21A with afterburner could smash out 16,000 pounds of thrust. It could do a total of Mach 1.4, that's 924 miles per hour. Service ceiling, easy 50,000 feet. Absolutely amazing. It did have guns, 4 20 mils on there as well. 6 hard points as well. It could take missiles, bombs, unguided rockets, the Mark 28, Mark 38 and Mark 43 as well. It was all that. And then just a few years later, in 1960, the 48th actually brought this here. So here at Lakenheath we had these. So this was the first aircraft brought here by the 48th tactical fighter wing. The squadrons, of course, they took the name Tactical Fighter Squadrons as well. They started life off with camo and then changed it to the bare metal later on. I think I got that right. I always get those mixed up. Another one that knows where it's 50-50, where I get mixed up on that. I can't remember if it was... but anyway, they brought with them a new tail code. They had LR, LS and LT. This is what I can tell you. Now, the first letter stood for Lakenheath and the third letter stood for the squadron. So LR was the 492nd, LS was the 493rd, and LT was the 494th. Now, they also brought in the tail flash system, blue for the 492nd, yellow for the 493rd, and red for the 494th. So you would have had red and LT, and you can get an example of this. Do you know, I'd like to say now, maybe camo. Yeah, actually I can't remember now. I've actually gone all cross-eyed. Let me just double check my notes. Anyway, but this took right up to 1972. So between 1956 right up to 1972, the next aircraft is a favourite amongst a lot of you who have some good memories of this. It was indeed ex-Vietnam War Phantom. You're probably thinking, has he actually got one of these? So the next up aircraft was this, the Phantom. Look at this. Absolute beautiful aircraft. Amazing, isn't it? I'm trying to find out the light. Look at this Phantom. I know there's a lot of you that really resonate and love the Phantom. An amazing aircraft that was operated only for 5 years. They were ex-Vietnam War ones. And of course, this was a real game changer for the F4 Phantom, McDonnell Douglas Phantom, that was operating here just for 5 years. Just to give you a rough spec on the E variant, wingspan 38 feet 5 inches is 11.7 meters, length at 63 feet, that's 19.2 meters. There was a crew of 2. Now, it was powered by the legendary engine that you all know so dearly as well, and it was the 2 General Electric J79 GE17A. Dry 11,905 pounds with 17,845 pounds of thrust each with afterburner. It was amazing. Max speed at Mach 2.23. Probably, you know, now we're getting faster and faster aircraft for the 48th, and had a cruise speed of 580. And service ceiling is 60,000 feet as well. Armament, the E model had a 20mm M61 Vulcan cannon. This is a lot of the aircraft started to have the M61 Vulcan cannon. Sidewinders, 4 AIM-7 Sparrows, AGM Mavericks, GBU-15s, Mark 82, GBU-12, GBU-10s, CBU-87s, B-43s and B-57. Oh yes, it could take quite a lot on you. Now, from 1977, this is where we had all 4 squadrons back, because in 1977 we had another aircraft, another legendary aircraft that I know Davey loves so much. It was the F-111 Aardvark. Here it is. Now, we had all 4 squadrons operating this from 1977, and they operated this right up to 1991, early parts of 92, where they started to retire the F-111 Aardvark. And we had all 4 squadrons operating this. The 495th, I know we know them as the Valkyries, but they were actually nicknamed the Thundervarks when they were operating this, and they brought with them their shade of green tail flash on there as well. And it was nice, a bit like the Tornado with the swing wings, the swept wing. Absolutely amazing. The swept wing style, a bit like the Tornado. Performance had the 2 Pratt & Whitney TF30s, P100 afterburning turbofan engines with afterburner 25,100 pounds of thrust. Max speed at Mach 2.5, we're getting quicker and quicker with this as well. Ferry range at 3,200 nautical miles, that's 3,690 miles. Service ceiling at an absolute gigantic 66,000 feet. G limits plus 7.33 on these as well. It had a gun, it had the 20mm Vulcan cannon, the M61, amazing, and it could take missiles, AIM-9 for example, bombs, cluster bombs, Blue 109s, Blue 107s, GBU 15s, and of course B-61, B-43s, all that. And this was literally something that the 48th again used in El Dorado Canyon as well, and the Gulf War as well. So they did use this in combat. Next up, well, the next two aircraft are here, with the exception of the F-15 C and D models. That's the one I don't have. I don't have an F-15 C or D here, but we do have an F-15 E, which we've seen. So the F-15 E Strike Eagle arrived here in '92. Now, during this time in 1991, as the last aardvark left, the 495th became inactive once more, and the F-15E Strike Eagle activated with the 492nd and the 494th. The 493rd activated with the C and D models from '94. We also had in 2006 H-860 Payforks. Let's not forget them. They were here. The rescue 56 rescue squadrons were here. A few years later we had the 57th rescue squadron. They both moved to Aviano. They went to Aviano and are still there today. I think it was the latter part of 2015 on there when they moved. But anyway, that's what we had, HH 60 Payfork helicopters. And then 15th of December 2021, the arrival of the F-35A. That's the aircraft that I've got for you from 1943. And it's putting away all those planes that take the most to pack. Right, I'm just going to have a quick cup of tea. It depends. I'll just Google Maps it and see what's emotional. And then you take the one that's not, because sometimes that A14 is. Yeah. I usually come down the A1, A14. I usually come that way. And when I go home, I'll go that way. I'll just do it. But I need to go. I need to go and get some fuel. Go there. Yeah, the Tesco on the right. Yeah, I'll go there. Yeah, I like going home that way. I don't know why. I don't like going that way. Everyone's finished work for the weekend. It's crazy. I know. Yeah, no, that's fine. Thank you for that. I'll close the Tesco.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, it's all gone now.
Sandy!
You're in Poland now.
They can be more though.
I was in my little...
Not when we're here, but in general. Yeah, we quite often have you on when we're working with them, like working from home. So we can have the screen on next to us listening to you. Anyway, you do it full time now, don't you? You didn't used to, did you? Originally you were kind of a part-time hobbyist. Enough money to make it work.
And it was a bit daunting, but someone said just do it. It was a great idea. At least I could say I gave it a go. If it didn't work out, I could just go and not look back.
You make enough money to...
Yeah, it's enough to make it work. It's just enough to get me out.
You must have a family. No? I was thinking about my wife might not too.
She helps out.
That's right. Nice hobby to have.
Yeah, I've had my fights in the songs.
Yes.
Wins as well.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's still got makes you stronger than that.
Got your Starlink. I remember at the early days, oh, the internet's a bit flaky.
Yeah,
sorry about that.
Yeah, it's sort it out.
Where do you actually live then?
In the woods. I live in Peterborough. In Peterborough.
So Peterborough's your base? Right.
Just halfway.
Yeah.
Just do it.
Yeah, but it's a long way for us to drive.
Well, at least pick a good day. Pick a sunny day. Pick a sunny day. At least you can enjoy the views.
Do you have to, as I said, do you have to climb up to it somewhere?
There is
It's not that bothered. I've just always assumed you've got to kind of hike up a bit of a hill.
no, it's not
somewhere.
really. I mean, you do have
For
to
it.
walk up a little bit, but it's, you know, you just go as high as you want. You can see people all the way up the top, but seeing as the mountain is actually quite loads of places.
I assumed there was, because it's a low-flying area.
Yeah, so there's some car parks. Yeah, have a look. I mean, it's like that. Yeah, give it a go. Right. I'll probably finish up actually.
So Friday's the best day for you?
Hit and miss.
I think she's for years. Like weekend.
Right, are they done? Well, it's still going.
I know. Yeah, I know. I think there's still some out.
Is anything going on? 2 is finished, isn't it?
I don't know. I don't.
Come on, you're in the know, you are. You're supposed to be in the know.
Right.
You're in the know, Nicola.
You too. Yeah, I will. Thank you. So did the F-22 pilots when they came.
They gone?
Oh yeah, they've gone now.
Trump ended up at Luton.
Oh right.
I saw a thing on the US
Ah.
that his Marine one had to land.
Oh no.
Due to a hydraulic issue.
Oh gosh.
My mother told me this Luton.
Oh. Right. Have a good one. See ya. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Well, we may call it a day for us anyway. I hope you've enjoyed it. It's been brilliant. I'll have a look, see how we're all doing. Right, just a few more guards marches to do before we finish up. Ted, let's finish up for the weekend, mate. We've had a good week. We've fought against the elements. So Laser Tech, thank you so much for your super chat there. Great stream as usual. Laser Tech 02, thank you very much for the super chat. Guards March. Helen Scott, member for 19 months. Keep doing a great job, Nikos, Ted and Claire. Thank you very much for your 19 months membership. Laser Tech, wow, just seen that. High five, paw pump, and a salute with a fly past for gifting 10 Ted Coningsby memberships. Guards March, thank you so much for that. Thank you. It's very kind of you. Daniel Walker, thanks for an amazing few weeks of education, monster streams at home and on tour. Thank you very much, Guards March. Thanks for the super. Rince Wins Hat, member for 13 months. Air Hilaire TCS, Air Hilaire to you. And Willem Focus, thank you for your great streams from Holland. Guards March, thank you very much indeed. Well, I think we can be. I think our work is done here, Ted. Well, it was nice to return. Feels like I haven't been here. Actually, this is probably pretty much the tail end of 2 weeks since I've been here, which is why it feels like I haven't been here in a long time. I hope you've enjoyed our week this week. It hasn't been 5 streams, unfortunately, due to the weather. Monday, Coningsby and some of the Cobra Warrior exercise participants at Waddington didn't take off, really. It was that bad. It was like North Lincolnshire or Mid Lincolnshire was like 50 miles an hour winds, so I'm not surprised. Not so much bother for the heavies, and of course Wednesday was a bit damp, so Ted and I didn't really fancy wet fur. There we go. So thank you again for your support. I hope you've enjoyed it. Yesterday was just magic. I mean, we did 2 streams at Coningsby and they were extremely busy, but yesterday takes the salmon, doesn't it? It was amazing. So, and then today was just, again, classic 48. It's good to be back. Hope I wasn't too rusty for you. I haven't done the history here. I like to keep flowing and going, you know, and sometimes, though, as hard as it is for me to do, it's nice to take some time out. So, ladies, gents, teddy bears, to the 48th Fighter Wing, thank you so much for owning the skies. And of course, ladies, gents, teddy bears, our viewers and our members, thank you so much for tuning in and supporting the channel like you do. Spanner Flight, thanks for keeping it sweet and neat, and I'll wish you all the very best weekend. My name's Nikos. I've been your cameraman and commentator and historian. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. You've been watching the Ted Coningsby channel live here at RAF Lakenheath. So for the last time for the week, I know it is. See you soon. Wish you well. See ya!
You want to do the Victor Good Boss when he goes...
Ted, come on, mate. Let's go, mate. Oh yeah, ladies, sheds and teddy bears, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel membership. I'm Nikos, I'm your cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. Just want to say a massive thank you to all our members. Guns up and yeah. Take it away, Ted. Ladies, gents and teddy bears, we want to say a massive thank you to all of our subscribers for getting us to where we are today. We have gone all over the country, from as far as Lossiemouth to Bryce Norton, and military areas such as air weapons ranges, low flying areas, heritage centres and special flights for TED 2. We cannot do this without your support, and your support will be rewarded. You can now join the Ted Coningsby Squadron and help fund the channel to get us around the country and provide us with the funds for equipment to bring you better content too. We have 3 exciting membership levels with awesome YouTube perks to reward you back for your support. Our first level of membership is the Ted Coningsby Squadron. You'll get a loyalty badge on YouTube, unique TCS emojis that you can use on comments and live streams, members only videos which include behind the scenes, deleted scenes, sneak previews and also music videos that Ted likes to play the electric guitar on. You'll also get access to members only Discord server and discount on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise. All of this for just $1.99 a month. Yeah. Our second level of membership is the Posh Officers Club. This includes all of the squadron perks, private Posh Officers Discord chat room, Posh Officers discounts on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise, and the poshness of supporting the TCS even more. This is just £4.99 a month. Our third level was inspired by many of our fans who have been supporting the channel massively. So we'd love to reward you back with this, and our third level of membership is the Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron. This gives you a more personal experience with me and Ted, with exclusive live streams and content. You'll get a free Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron patch, a private Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron Discord chat room, a gold colour Discord username, and a higher discount on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise. All this for just $25.99 a month. Ladies, gents and teddy bears, the Ted Coningsby channel cannot thank you enough for all your support, and it's this support that keeps the dream, keeps the stream. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Fighter Golf India, Bryce Norton. Go,